So hey guys, this is your favorite fictional vortex. So in this video, we will see what if Naruto become the fairy tale's god slayer and unlock the Senju abilities. But before we start, remember to subscribe and like this video. Now let's start. Two boys, each 13 years old, stared across from each other as they stood within two statues, to be more precise. The craters they had formed on the side of the statues. These statues were replicas of Hashirama Senju and Madara Uchiha in memory of when they had fought for control of the village. In that battle, the Kyuubi had been present for most of it under Madara's control. However, despite the high advantage, Hashirama had come out of it victorious, and Madara was believed to have died. In memory of their battle, two giant statues were built on opposite sides of the waterfall, Madara on the left, the side of Oto no Kuni, and Hashirama on the right, the side of Hai no Kuni. However, now these two boys had practically destroyed the valley in their own battle. The first boy, Naruto Uzumaki, was a genin from Konoha, a member of Team Kakashi, and the third Jinchuriki of the Kyuubi. The first two being Mito Uzumaki, wife of Hashirama Senju, and the second being Kushina Uzumaki, Naruto's mother, though the young teen did not know this. The second boy was Sasuke Uchiha, 1-0. The last surviving members of the Uchiha clan, an almost extinct clan. He too was a member of Team Kakashi. Naruto was a teen with the height of 4'8". He had bright blue eyes and spiky, blonde hair. However, Naruto's greatest physical characteristic was his whisker marks, passed on from the demon imprisoned within his mother at the time of his birth. Naruto's outfit consisted of an orange jumps UIT with blue on the upper shoulders area as well as up and down the front, a white swirl with a tassel on the left side, a red swirl on the back, a big white collar, orange pants, blue sandals, and a blue forehead protector. Sasuke stood at the height of 5 feet, just a bit taller than Naruto. Sasuke had spiky black hair with a blue tint, and onyx eyes. He had lighter skin than his older brother, Itachi, had. Like many other members of his clan, his hair hung over both sides of his face to roughly frame his cheeks. His clothing consisted of a blue, short-sleeved shirt with a raised collar and the Uchiha crest on the back and white arm warmers along with white shorts. At the moment though, both shinobi had altered their appearance due to special means. Naruto now looked more like a beast due to Kyuubi's chakra shroud enveloping him. Having the Kyuubi grant Naruto more of its usual chakra, it had enveloped Naruto's body as a bubbling chakra construct, taking on the shape of a one-tailed fox. That had all the initial Jinchuriki form's physical traits, but the black rings that surrounded his more berserk-looking eyes were also present. In this form, Naruto could use his elongated, sharpened claws instead of his fists, and run at greater speeds on all fours, making him more like a beast. The chakra itself in this form was noticeably denser, almost like having a mind of its own. Sasuke, who had been given a cursed seal by Orochimaru of the Sannin, had managed to access level 2 of it, changing his appearance greatly. The second level of the cursed seal had turned Sasuke's skin dark gray, his eyes yellow. Lengthened his hair without losing its style, blue venom lipstick seemed to appear on his lips, and gave him hand-shaped wings on his back that gave him the ability to glide and momentarily hover. You may be wondering why two teammates would be fighting to such lengths away from their home village. Well, the answer to that would be that Sasuke had left the village to gain power, seeing as how he didn't think he was getting it in the village to kill his brother Itachi. Naruto and a small team had been sent out after Sasuke. His team had been attacked by other shinobi and no choice but to fight them, leaving Naruto with the mission to bring Sasuke home. However, as the battle pressed on, Naruto began to realize his friend was no longer his friend. Many would see Naruto as being dumb, stupid, and overall a pain in the ass. To those who Naruto personally, they would see the true Naruto hiding behind a mask to protect himself due to years of abuse, both physically and mentally from the villagers due to his burden. Naruto was by no means a genius, but he was smart. He knew his father was the Yondaime Hokage, Minato Namikaze. All it took was creating a Kage Bunshin, having it henge into the Yondaime and stand beside him. Simple as that. However, after bringing Tsunade Senju back to the village to be the Godaime Hokage, Jiraiya, or as he affectionately called him, Ero Sennin, had revealed the truth to Naruto, including his mother, Kushina Uzumaki. However, Jiraiya didn't know a lot about Kushina, so Naruto was unable to learn that his mother was in fact the previous Jinchuriki of the Kyuubi. Now though, as Naruto stared across the expanse bridging the two statues, he could see only one of them was leaving alive today. As much as he wanted to somehow knock Sasuke out to follow through with his promise to Sakura, his third teammate, he could see Sasuke was aiming to kill him and he had too much left to do than to simply die at the hands of his ex-friend. This is the perfect setting, isn't it, Naruto? Sasuke asked over the large gap, bringing Naruto out of his thoughts to glare at Sasuke with his slit eyes. Sasuke shook his head as he smirked. Yes, that's right, like I said. The time for talk is over. Well, finally it's ending, this battle. Naruto simply growled at his former teammate, now knowing he had to attack with everything he had or all could be lost. Naruto held out his chakra-covered hand and began to pull chakra into the palm of it, forming an orb of chakra. You're right, Sasuke, it's ending, one way or the other. On the other side of Naruto, Sasuke had grabbed his left wrist and aimed at the ground where it began to spark with lightning before literally exploding with purple lightning, an effect of the cursed seal, turning the usual blue lightning into a more vile color. Both shinobi stared at each other before bounding out of their respective craters, soaring past the waterfall that ran between the statues, diving towards one another. Their jutsu in their hands. Naruto's in his right hand, which was cocked back, and Sasuke's own jutsu in his left, also cocked back. As they finally neared one another, they thrust their hand forward, each calling out their respective jutsu. Rasengan, Chidori. As soon as the two just clashed, an explosion rocked the very foundations of the Valley of the End, causing the statues either side of them to crumble even more than they had. Blasts of pure chakra and lightning pulsed from the mixing of the two jutsu, sending shockwaves all around them. However, something happened to He2 jutsu as they poured everything they had into it. Due to Naruto using every inch of power the Rasengan had, a sphere of pure black chakra began to form around them, solidifying, causing the waterfall to flow over it as it grew large enough to actually make contact with the walls and break them away. Inside the orb of chakra, Naruto looked at Sasuke's murderous expression and sighed, deciding to push everything he had into the attack. With a loud roar, Naruto pushed against Sasuke with the Uchiha copying him. However, that seemed to be the breaking point as cracks began to run along the outside of the large orb of black chakra until it exploded. The very same chakra shot up to the sky, parting the clouds whilst also destroying the Valley of the End at once. And just like that, it was gone in the blink of an eye, leaving nothing behind besides a war-torn valley, shreds of clothes, orange and blue, and spots of blood. Neither Uzumaki nor Uchiha were there. Unknown location, white expanse. A raspy voice spoke as Naruto blinked rapidly to clear his vision as he pushed himself up from his prone position. Looking around, still slightly dazed, all he could see was white. Not even walls or a door. Simply white space as if there was no ending. What the hell is this? He asked himself as he slowly pushed himself off the ground. Wait, ground. Looking down, his eyes widened. Just like everywhere else he looked, it seemed like there was no solid ground, just space. Though the fact he was walking said there was something keeping him up. Maybe we can help you. Naruto immediately spun around at hearing the female voice, and once his eyes lay upon the people before him, his jaw dropped. 3 beautiful women stood by each other. The middle woman had the appearance of a 30-year and was the perfect image of a goddess, standing at 5 feet 7 inches tall, weighing approximately 110 pounds. Though of relatively slender build, she was nonetheless well-toned, curved and feminine. Her skin was rather fair, though it did possess a slight olive tint to it. She had very long, down to her lower back, straight white hair. She garbed herself in an azure blue kimono, oddly befitting the white hair that spilled down the opening at the back. Her blue eyes shone with amusement as she looked at him. The woman on the far left too was similarly dressed as her friends, though while she wasn't as curvy as her friends, she still held the body of a goddess and even gave off a regal aura. She had night black hair that framed her face perfectly and also fell down her back. Her eyes were also black as she stared him with a small smile. Naruto, though, stared at them each with a raised eyebrow. Who are you people? And what the hell is this place? He asked, deciding to just be blunt. The middle woman stepped forward with a smile. My name is Amaterasu, the sun goddess. On my right, she gestured to the black-haired woman, is Tsukuyomi, the moon goddess. And finally on my left, she gestured to the woman with red hair, is Oinari, the kitsune goddess. And to answer your second question, this place is the place between planes of existence. The now identified Amaterasu explained. Naruto looked at each of them with a raised eyebrow before sighing. Right, let me guess you're here to guide me to hell. So I'm dead. Then, he asked them, why would you go to hell? Amaterasu asked, wondering why the young man thought that. I don't know. Naruto shrugged. Maybe it's because I house the Kyuubi and knowing my bad streak of luck I'd have to pay for its crimes, SLA. Uter and whatever else it did because it's a part of me. To Naruto's confusion, Oinari laughed at his explanation before sobering up. I'm the queen of all kitsune, including the Kyuubi, and I can assure you the Kyuubi is no more. She told him, making him wide-eyed. However, just because it's dead, does not mean its power is gone. Naruto didn't reply straight away and instead looked down at his stomach. Pulling his jacket up and channeling chakra into where the seal would be. A moment longer and no seal appeared, making take in a gulp of air as he realized what this could mean. I don't understand. I thought if I die, it dies and vice versa. He asked the kitsune goddess. First off, I'll tell you that you now hold the Kyuubi's chakra for yourself. Oinari pointed out before carrying on with a grin, revealing a set of fangs. Now to explain, when you're in the Uchiha's attack met with each other, it grew too powerful until somehow tearing a hole in the very fabric of reality. Even he three of us don't understand how this came to be, but it's clear the techniques you two sued and the enhancements to them clearly had a side effect. The hole in reality pulled you and the Uchiha, ripping you apart, molecule by molecule. The Kyuubi, sensing you was going to die, which would result in it dying itself, tried to force as much chakra as it could into body to survive. However, the poetry irony of this is that instead of the Kyuubi surviving, it destroyed itself by giving you everything it had by accident, out of desperation, until he was left defenseless and simply ceased to exist. Oinari explained completely. Naruto frowned in thought at the explanation. If I have the Kyuubi's chakra and it no longer exists, does that make me a demon? He asked them seriously. No, Tsukuyomi answered him with a soft voice. But there was a side effect to this transference of power. She pushed almost dramatically as her sisters glanced at her and Naruto. You're immortal. Naruto asked dumbly. He gulped as thought of being immortal. What do you mean by immortal? Amaterasu sighed and began to explain. You gained everlasting youth, which is another name for immortality, He sensed that you will stop aging once you the 20-year-old mark and therefore cannot die from old age. However, you can be killed through other means, such as severe injury, very severe injury. She paused, tapping her chin with her finger. You will be able to take a lot of damage, you could be stabbed and still keep going, you will heal much faster, almost instantly, but should you be beaten, then there's no coming back from that. I see, Naruto muttered, clenching fists. Should I see this as a gift of a curse? Being able to help my loved ones much easier, or having to watch everyone die around me whilst I stick as a 20-year-old? He asked, gritting his teeth. Kid, we know immortality can be a hard burden to bear. Oinari spoke up with a slight growl. But when has having a burden ever stopped you before? Naruto sighed as he closed his eyes, absorbing everything as much as she could. What does this mean for me then? Why am I even here? He asked, opening his eyes. Amaterasu sighed heavily at this. You will need to leave your world. As it is now, you can no longer maintain a physical body in your world due to your very existence, mind, body and soul being ripped from it. These are the laws that predate even us. We can do more than simply lead you to where a greater destiny awaits you and train you to be ready. She spoke solemnly, knowing how hard it would be for the young teen. Naruto stared at her in horror, anger and distress. Never seeing his friends again. Never returning home. Never being Hokage. Was this all his life held? Pain and loss. So that's it, huh? I get played a bad hand when I was born, and since them all I'm good for is being the whipping boy for pain and loss. Wow, You guys are really making me motivating to just being a bigger pawn for whatever game it is you guys are playing," he said, sarcasm literally dripping from his tone. Amaterasu sighed once more and her sisters let her do the speaking, much to her annoyance. "Naruto, I can understand where you're coming from. But you can also look at this a good thing as well. You will be able to start a new life in other world, start from scratch, leave all burdens of being the Jinchuriki of the Kyuubi behind and be your own man. I won't go and say everything will work out for the best because frankly I'm no seer, I'm a sun goddess and I can't see the future. But what I can see is darkness lurking in the new world you will be going to. Whilst there, you can make new friends, find new loved ones and even have some lovers." She smirked as he blushed but was glad he seemed to be cooling down. Naruto sighed in resignation, choosing to ignore the lover's bit even if his cheeks were red. "You mentioned you'd train me. How, and what in?" he asked, wanting to know the specifics before anything else happened. "The world you will be going to will be dangerous and you'll need to be powerful. I will be teaching you how to be a god slayer and to use what I like to call the white flame of Amaterasu and other techniques. But we'll explain about those later on," Amaterasu explained with a grin at how powerful Naruto would one day be. "God Slayer?" Naruto asked confused, something that was happening a lot lately. "What's that?" "We'll explain it all fully when we leave your world for good and take you where you're meant to be," Tsukuyomi answered with a sigh. Naruto went wide-eyed, realizing he would never see anyone again and turned to Amaterasu with a pleading look. "If we're leaving this world can I say goodbye to one person? Please, just give me this one thing," he pleaded. Oinari sighed. "Who do you want to see?" she asked, getting ready to send him down to his world for one last time. "The one person I see is a mother," he answered simply. "Fine, but I'll only be able to send you down there for a short time. You won't have your physical body so you'll be more like a spirit. Don't take too long," Oinari explained and with a wave of her hand, Naruto vanished. "Are you sure this is okay?" Tsukuyomi asked with a worried frown. "Yes, Naruto needs to say goodbye to give him some closure. He's going to have a difficult life ahead of him where he's going," Amaterasu explained with a smile. "Besides, he isn't the only one who needs closure." Tsukuyomi and Oinari remained silent, simply waiting to take Naruto to the new world. Haino Kuni Konohagakure Hokage residence. When I got there, it was like a war zone. However, there was no sign of either Naruto or Sasuke. There was the chakra residue of the Kyuubi and Sasuke's cursed seal all over the place. It was like they had just vanished. For all we know they could be dead, Kakashi explained to Tsunade, who was holding her head down, and if Kakashi had to guess, she was holding her tears in for when he left. So she could cry later over the death of the son she never had. "I see," was all Tsunade could possibly say whilst gripping a piece of Naruto's clothes that Kakashi's summon Pakun had picked up for proof there had been a battle. Kakashi bowed his head solemnly at the potential loss of two of his students. "I'm sorry Tsunade-sama, I should never have taught Sasuke the Chidori. I never knew he would use it against his teammate," he apologized, ashamed of teaching an assassination jutsu to a mentally unstable young boy with only revenge on his mind. I should never have sent a team of genin after that Uchiha. Tsunade gritted out, practically spitting out the name Uchiha. "I should have never sent Naruto," she murmured almost lifelessly. "You're dismissed, Kakashi. I know being he is the last place you want to be right now." Kakashi bowed his head once more. "I'm sorry Tsunade-sama," he apologized once more before leaving in a puff of smoke. As soon as he left, Tsunade let the tears fall, splashing onto the desk as she hiccuped, gripping the last remaining piece of clothing of Naruto's clothes. "Damn it, Gaki, you weren't meant to die. You was supposed to get strong and take the hat from me." She murmured and inwardly cursed the necklace she had given him and then herself for giving it to him. "Wow, tears for me, I don't know what to say." Her head snapped up in show. CK at the familiar voice, and her eyes widened even further when she saw Naruto standing on the other side of her desk, looking just like he did after the battle with Sasuke. Like he had been beaten to death and stabbed repeatedly. "Naruto?" she asked tentatively. "Is that really you?" Naruto smiled, almost sadly. "Yup, it's me." He gave a nod. Before Naruto could stop her, she had already jumped over the desk and rushed to hug him. Just before she reached him, he closed his eyes as he felt her pass through him. Tsunade herself blinked in shock as she seemed to phase right through the smaller blonde, causing her to stumble in order to stop and turn around to see Naruto's body flicker and ripple as if he wasn't really there but just a mirage. What? Tsunade asked, confused as hell at what was going on. Sorry, I should have warned you before you tried that. Naruto apologized, scratching the back of his head sheepishly. He sighed though when he saw Tsunade still looking at him in shock and confusion. It really is me, only not physically. So, you're dead, Tsunade noted, lowering her head, thinking she was either seeing things or he was a ghost. No, Tsunade looked up quickly, and Naruto was sure he heard her neck crack at the speed. I'm alive, but I don't belong here anymore. I don't understand it completely, but I can't exist in this world, or that was what I was told anyway. Seeing her confused look, he shrugged. I was told that I was needed elsewhere, in another world, where I can start a new life. The Kyuubi's dead, killed itself actually, which is ironic considering it was trying to save its own ass. Seeing Tsunade beginning to cry, he felt his own tears pricking his eyelids. I wish I didn't have to go, I still have so much to do here, and then there's Hoka. But, he looked away for a moment and Tsunade understand instantly. You want to start a new life, where no one knows you as the Jinchuriki. She finished for him. She clenched her hand as Naruto looked over to her. But I don't want you to leave. You're the reason I even came back to this village and became Hokage. Without you here I have no reason to stay here. She exclaimed in frustration, sadness and anger. Naruto smiled sadly at her and wished he could hug her to ease them both at this new change. I wish I could stay, but people need me elsewhere and I know I'm going to miss my friends and everything else here, but like you said, I get to start clean. I won't be resented for being who I am, and from what I'm beginning to understand about this new world it's going to be quite fun. He grinned for a moment and Tsunade chuckled along with him. From what I understand, when I died and the Kyuubi managed to somehow bring me back at the cost of its own life, I no longer have a place in this world. Seeing her slowly crying, he smiled sadly. Just so you know, you're the mother I never had, and no matter where I am, I'll always think of you, and I doubt I could ever forget about you. He smiled through the tears that were slowly rolling down his face and he didn't bother trying to wipe them away. Tsunade, knowing he would be leave forever, decided to come out and broach a certain subject with him. Naruto, if I'm never going to see you again, then you should know about your parents. Your father was Minato Namikaze. Naruto finished and almost laughed at her gaping look. And my mother was Kushina Uzumaki. I know. Ero Sennin told me after we brought up back. I won't say I'm happy about my father being who he is, but I just have to deal with it, and he sealed the Kyuubi within me for a reason. Tsunade gave a nod while inwardly promising to beat Jiraiya for telling him and not informing her he had. Naruto, seeing her still looking down, smiled sadly once more. Tsunade, this village still needs you. I need you to look after this village and my friends. I know you never really wanted to be Hokage. But this village needs you now more than ever. With Akatsuki, I have no idea how they'll react to Kyuubi being killed. Tsunade gave him a nod and smirked through her tears. I'll protect the village and your friends with everything I have, but do one thing for me. Lose that damn mask you hide behind. If you're starting off in some new world, then be your real self, like you are now. She almost begged, preferring this more relaxed and serious Naruto than the goofball version. Though she did find it cute. Naruto chuckled and scratched his whisker marks sheepishly. You got yourself a deal, Okazen. Tsunade almost burst into tears again at the affectionate term. Tsunade gulped in a breath as she saw his legs beginning to fade away. Naruto, you were the son I never had. Good luck where you're going and give me some grandkids. She laughed softly as tears ran down his face while his cheeks lit up in a blush. Goodbye, Sochi. As she watched Naruto finally vanish with a tear-filled sigh, she noticed some tears splash on the ground. Narrowing her eyes at them, she walked over to them while rubbing her eyes. Bending down, she touched her finger to the tears and found that they were in fact real somehow. Truly realizing she will never see Naruto again, she collapsed into a heap and began to cry even harder. She wouldn't be found until Shizune entered the office in the morning to see her collapsed on the floor. Unknown location: white expanse. In the infinite white space, Naruto reappeared, whipping his tears away from saying goodbye to one of the most important person to him. Shaking his head to clear his mind, he looked ahead of him too. See the three goddesses waiting with calm expressions. So this it then? He asked with a raised eyebrow. Amaterasu stepped forward and smiled slightly, knowing he was in pain of leaving everything behind. Yes, before we can take you to your new world, we will be taking you to our realm to train you in everything we know. When you turn 20 you will stop aging. At that time we will be forced to send you to a place called Earth Land. The world where you will live. She smiled. Naruto nodded. What will you be teaching me? He asked, wanting to know what he would be able to do. Amaterasu smiled as she held up a hand. When we're through with you, you will be able to use my white flame as easy as you can. Breathe. Her hand suddenly came to life with the so-called white flame. Even from where he stood, Naruto could feel the raw power and heat coming from it as it burned on her hand. It looked just as it was called, white fire, a beautiful but obviously deadly fire. My white flame is what is known as a type of magic called caster magic. A form of magic where the user, this being you or me, uses the magic stored within them and releases it. Awesome, Naruto whispered in awe as Amaterasu shook her hand, dispersing the fire and showing Naruto how her skin was just as clear as it had been earlier. However, something clicked in his mind to what she had just said. Magic, that's real, he asked, shocked. We will explain that later on, in your training. Tsukuyomi stepped forward next. I will be teaching you how to use a form of magic called requip, a holder tip. E-magic that allows users to store items in pocket dimensions. In my case, these items would be swords or other types of weapons, most importantly, my unique and personal sword, Sword of Tsukuyomi, S. He held her hand out and a complex seal lit in the color blue around her hand before a shape began to take form in her hand. With a flash of light, the seal vanishes, revealing a sword in her hand. It resembled a normal katana. The only decoration was the dark blue tsuba, which was a hexagon. Instead of a rectangle, the two sides parallel to the blade were long, whereas the four sides above and below the blade were shortened, making it into almost a diamond or prism-like shape. The handle was also dark blue. This is my personal sword, as stated by the name of it. I will grant you the usage of this amongst many more. I will also be training you in the art of sword fighting. Naruto stared in awe at the beauty of the sword and began to feel more pumped up about this new world he would be entering. Beautiful, he uttered, getting a smile full of pride from Tsukuyomi for the praise towards her sword. Whatever, Oinari said, waving her dismissively towards her sister, who glared mildly at her. I won't be doing any of that special stuff, but I will be training you into how to use the Kyuubi's power. Now that you have immortality, the transformation won't cause you damage anymore, so when I'm through with you, you'll be able to transform up to the 9th tail, that's a promise. I see. Naruto nodded, taking everything. Are you ready, Naruto? Amaterasu asked, stepping closer to the blonde. Once you say yes, there will be no coming back. Naruto stared the sun goddess in the eye with an aura exuding determination and confidence. Let's do this, he said, getting a smile from them as Amaterasu clicked her fingers and they vanished from the white expanse. Naruto Uzumaki was now 40 years of age. His physical attributes had increased by leaps and bounds whilst he wore an entirely different outfit than the orange monstrosity he had worn before leaving his home world. He stood at the height of 6'2" with bright blue eyes and spiky blonde hair with jaw-length bangs framing either side of his face. Naruto's outfit mainly consisted of a white sleeveless long jacket with crimson trimmings over his chest, around the edges and hem, with no shirt underneath, displaying the necklace of the Shodai Hokage, a turquoise gem with 2 small silver balls either side. He also wore long hakama in white that went down to his ankles, wrapped around his hakama acting like a belt was a long crimson sash that had the loose ends to dangle down. He also wore white sandals, and located at the top of his right arm, just below his shoulder, was the fairy tail's crest in pure white with a crimson outline. In front of Naruto was what he would call a pain in the ass, but to others they would call it a demon. I don't have time for this, he muttered to himself. He cracked his neck. This job was supposed to Be simple. Save a couple villagers from a demon, easy money if I say so myself. They neglected to mention the demon was in fact a 35 feet horned beast that breathed fire. He mumbled to himself in annoyance as the demon in front of him inhaled. The demon itself was just a he said, a 35 feet demon that towered over everything, large horns either side of its head and large clawed hand that could cut the ground in half with a single swipe. Naruto shook his head at the demon's intentions. Thought you would have learnt fire doesn't work on me. He shook his head as he held his hand out to his side where a purple seal consisting of complex patterned designs appeared around his hand. Requip. Sword of Tsukuyomi. Just like the goddess had done once before, the sword appeared in a flash of purple light. It resembled a normal katana. The only decoration was the dark blue tsuba, which was a hexagon instead of a rectangle. The two sides parallel to the blade were long, wher. As the four sides above and below the blade were shortened, making it into almost a diamond or prism-like shape. The handle was also dark blue. The demon paid no mind to what Naruto had done and Erza led a large blast of fire that consumed Naruto immediately. However, just as the fire was about to overcome him, it began to be sucked into what looked like a vortex as it was pulled back, twisting around a certain point. Eventually the demon could see its fire all aiming for a specific place and was able to see through the fire as it squinted its eyes. Standing in the middle of the blast of fire was Naruto, and he was inhaling the fire as if he was breathing air. His friends who knew his eating habits would in fact say the sight was just like a fire being sucked into a vortex. Naruto sp. At out as he swallowed the last bit of the fire. I thought it was bad the first time, but it just gets worse. He shivered as he almost gagged but managed to hold it back. How the hell do you stomach that disgusting fire, huh? He asked the demon only to receive an angry roar. Right, demon, dumbass, can't talk. Shaking his head, he moved into a stance, holding his sword specifically as his eye narrowed into slits. I'm done playing around. I want to get back to the guild for some relaxation and you're slowing me down. His tone turned serious and deadly, and if the demon had good instinct, he would have run. With a grin, Naruto lunged at the demon, sword held high. It's been 20 years since I came to this world known as Earthland, and I have to say, it was fun. I'm now technically 40 years old, though because of my new immortality I only look 20. Ever since I came here I've been able to start a new life with a clean slate. I was no longer a Jinchuriki, human sacrifice, Dobi. Instead I was respected after my fellow mages witnessed my new power I was able to build up thanks to Amaterasu, Tsukuyomi and Oinari. Speaking of training, I now have only one energy source, magical energy. Apparently when I crossed realms, or maybe it was when I died and came back, my large chakra capacity had been converted to magical energy. This meant I'd lost all of my jutsu since they were created via chakra. The only real loss though was the Rasengan my father had created, though I had managed to recreate my Kage Bunshin, though not to extent I could with chakra. Anyway, for the 7.5 years I was with the three goddesses, I trained till I drop. Amaterasu was a slave driver, though considering how hard it was to actually learn her form of lost magic it's no surprise. I had managed to eventually learn and master, to an extent, the white flame of Amaterasu and became what was known as a god slayer. However, before I had left their realm of existence, she had warned me to only use the magic in dire need or when I had no choice. She had then explained that there was another form of lost magic similar to my own called Dragon Slayer magic, which was incredibly rare. But the lost magic I had been taught was almost non-existent, and there was no telling of who would try to gain such power. That didn't stop me from swallowing and eating fire though, I just put it off as something I could do and offered no further explanation to anyone. In the 20 years I have lived in Earthland though, I hadn't had to fight anyone strong enough to use my God Slayer magic. My second sensei, Tsukuyomi, had taught me how to use Requip like she said she would. Requip was the magic ability of being able to summon and store weapons in and from a pocket dimension. With this I old summon sword of Tsukuyomi and so many more weapons at any time. This and my enhanced strength, speed, immortality and everything else I gained from training to be a god slayer, besides the fire of course, were the reasons I had become so well known in this world. It kinda makes me curious about what they'd say when they find out what I could really do. My final sensei, Oinari, was probably the hardest piece of training I had to undergo. Having to train in using the Kyuubi's energy, yes energy, apparently when my chakra was converted, Kyuubi's was also. This was a plus in my book since with it being fueled with magic energy it wasn't as volatile. Being immortal and having his speed regeneration was also a large help since once I go 4 tails or higher my skin is torn off to make me more fox-like. Not a pretty sight if I say so myself. When I had come to Earth land 20 years ago I had gone out to explore and train for 13 years. Yes, seems like a long time to explore I know. But at the time I relished in the peace and traveling through an unknown world. That was why around 7 to 8 years ago I decided I was lonely and wanted to have some company. This led me to my current guild. Flashback Magnolia Town. Fairy tale. Naruto stared up at the large mansion-like building. The exterior was pyramidal in shape, the size of the floors, decreasing the higher into the building. This stopped though, short of the pointed dome topping the summit of the building. It truly was an amazing building that screamed fun, especially if what he'd heard about them was any indication. A large board was situation above doorway with fairy tale printed on it large enough for anyone in a distance to see it. Walking over to the front double doors, he grasped the handle and swung it open. Stepping inside he took a good look at the place. The inside was similar to a large lunch hall, several long benches stretched across its length with a bar. Several waitresses from what he could see were milling about. Located beside the bar was what looked like a request board where the fairy tale mages obviously earned a living from by completing client requests, similar to mercenaries. Another thing he noticed was that dozens of unfamiliar faces stared at him, startled by the sudden entry and the door shutting close behind him as a slam. Just as he went to take a step forward, a body slammed into him though since he was tall and obviously bigger in build, the person toppled backwards with a loud oof, causing him to look down at what struck him. Immediately seeing, not what but rather who hit him. He blinked. White hair, blue eyes, goth clothing, what are you, some emo punk? Naruto inquired with a raised eyebrow, quite used to the many different types of people since coming to Earthland. The young girl who was now red in the face looked up at him with fury, despite the difference in size and obvious age. At once she jumped back to her feet clutching a sheet of paper in her hand. What the hell is that supposed to mean, you jerk? She asked, glaring with a hand on her hip and a scowl marring her features. It means what it means. Naruto shrugged before, sighing as the young girl's face went red from anger. Look, I came to this guild because I was told this was a good place to look for work. So where the hell's the master of this place, he asked, while noticing how everyone was staring at them with raised eyebrows and sharing fearful glances at the girl. The girl wasn't listening to him though. Oh really? Who the fuck was that then? She asked with an almost arrogant smirk. Someone a little girl like you shouldn't know about. Naruto replied with a deadpanned expression with a tiny bit of boasting. He may be older, but he still liked to rile people up. Little girl. The girl shouted with rage clouding her features. Do you have any idea who you're talking to? She shouted. Naruto sighed and rubbed his temple feeling a headache coming on. No, I don't. And to be frank, right now I couldn't give two shits. He patted her shoulder walking past. Now, I'll find someone my own age, or close it, and actually find out where the master is. As he walked past her, he could practically feel the dark aura pouring from her anger surfacing even more from his dismissal of her. Devil's right hand. Behind him, her right hand utterly transformed into a devil-like feature, freaking out many people whom were new to the sight. Grinning darkly, the girl span around to face Naruto's back and rushed him with her arm pulled back. Naruto, sensing danger, span around as well and was able to place an arm in the way as she punched him, releasing a blast of energy at the same time. Tables and benches were blown away as a crater formed underneath their feet from the force. Everyone watched in apprehension at the smoke cloud that had enveloped the two people. You're strong, I'll admit that, they heard the man mutter before. The smoke was blown away by a pulse of magic energy from the blonde. To their shock he held the girl's hand with his own hand, gripping it as if he had been punched lightly. They saw the white-haired Earl's eyes were wide in disbelief as well. But you're not strong enough to defeat me, not yet anyway. Before anyone could so much as breathe, Naruto lifted his other hand up and flicked the girl eye. And the forehead lightly, but to their surprise she was pushed back several feet as Naruto released her devil-like hand. So, little girl, you never told me who you were. Naruto commented, to everyone else seeing a 20-something man calling her a little girl was odd since he couldn't have been much older than her, but they didn't know he was in fact 33. The younger girl let the comment about her age or size slide for now. Either one pissed her off, and decided to answer the first person to ever stop her punches, besides the master that was. Murajan. And I'm 12, I'm not a little girl. She shouted, regaining her confidence. Naruto laughed lightly, being reminded of himself at the now identified Murajan's attitude. You remind me a lot of myself when I was a kid. He commented with a grin. Tell you what, should I join Fairy Tail, you come back to me when you're say, 20 and much stronger, I'll fight you then, but right now, I'm too strong for your current level. He reasoned with her, though what annoyed her even more was that he didn't sound arrogant when he spoke, just confident and assured of himself. Oi, you think I'm weak? Murajan shouted as energy exploded out of her. Satan Soru. Satan's soul, a black magic circle erupted over her head, enveloping her in black light. As the aura faded, it revealed Murajan in a form that most could easily recognize as her devil mode. Large elf-like ears, devil wings, a tail, claws and a scar on her right eye showing off her demonic look. Naruto frowned at the strange sight, but held his ground as the black miasma faded away into nothingness. When he could see, Naruto frowned. He had not expected something like this. Maybe she was stronger than he had anticipated after all. What in the hell is that? He muttered to himself, though Murajan heard him. A young man with white hair and tan skin swallowed nervously. Oh boy, sis is getting pissed, he muttered to himself in slight fear. Take over. Murajan grinned fearlessly in reply. You know, demon skin is the second strongest in defense and attack. Let's see you stand up to this. Without another word, she flapped her wings and struck her tail up. Him which he moved his head out of the way in time for. Since he was so used to pain, he barely took notice of the cut on his cheek from the attack, though Murajan did and was about to grin Victorio. USLY until the cut healed over instantly. What the fuck was that? I've never seen healing like that before. What or who the fuck is he? Kinda like my Kyuubi transformations. Naruto noted abs. NTLY to himself as he grabbed the tail and yanked on it, bringing Murajan to him. Before she reached him though, she vanished in a burst of speed. Trusting his battle instincts better than his eye sig. He looked up in time to see Murajan charging up a ball of dark energy. With a sigh, Naruto held his hand out. A seal circle appeared in front of his hand. I'll entertain you for now. Requip. AL. Ong Katana appeared in his hand with a flash. Sword of Tsukuyomi. He gripped the sword as Murajan finished powering up her attack. Soul extinction. Murajan shouted, thrusting the orb of dark energy down at Naruto. Everyone in the guild began to run to the far edges to avoid the conflict of the two. With a swing of his sword, Naruto slashed upwards, releasing a long blade of energy to slice through the orb of energy. Splitting the orb into two splits, each hitting the ground either side of Naruto, kicking up the wood flooring and blowing benches and tables away for the second time. This is getting tiresome, Naruto muttered as he looked up at the wide-eyed Murajan after watching him cut straight through her technique like a knife through butter. I told you before, Mira-chan, get stronger and then fight me. A seal appeared around his sword and once it vanished, so did the sword. Who the hell is this guy? Mikao interjected. Your guess as good as mine. Wakaba shrugged helplessly. To have this guy treat sis like a weakling, he's gotta be pretty damn strong. The same young man with white hair and tan skin. Oh oi Elfman, she's gettin' pissed again. Another mage shouted in worry. The now mentioned Elfman looked over to see his sister soar downwards at the blonde who just stared in a bored manner. Before she could reach Naruto though, a giant hand grasped her in mid-air, halting her and causing Naruto to look up at a towering dark and demonic figure that was several times larger than him both. What is going on here? The creature's voice boomed through the guild's hall. Mira-chan, you need to watch that anger of yours. The demonic creature said with a sigh as it placed the now shivering and fearful Mirajan on the ground where she returned to normal. Master. Mirajan stared in fear, looking up at the looming figure. Master. Naruto muttered before raising an eyebrow. You're the master? He asked the fearsome creature incredulously. The master turned his eyes to the blonde. A newcomer? He asked. But of course. Now, I was wondering if I would ever meet you. Just let me fit into something more comfortable. Naruto looked upon him in shock as he suddenly grunted while shrinking down to a much smaller size and revealing himself to be an extremely short man. He had black eyes, and was growing bald with only the outer rims of his head containing white hair. He also had a thick white mustache. His member stamp was located on his chest. What kind of magic is that? Naruto thought in shock. I'm Master Makarov. Nice to meet you. He waved at Naruto before jumping onto a table to be eye level with Naruto. Everyone else around the guild began to move around them wondering what was going on as Mirajan stayed in place close to Naruto. So, Naruto, it's nice to finally meet you. Naruto's eyes widened in surprise at that. You know my name, even though I never mentioned it since I've come here. He pointed out with a raised eyebrow. Makarov laughed before pulling out a book from somewhere. It's hard not to know you. And being one of the guild masters and one of the 10 wizard saints, he turned deadly serious. I need to know people like you. Naruto frowned as a guild member held their hand up. Master, what do you mean by people like you? The person asked. S-class mages, of course. Makarov chirped out with a laugh as everyone's jaw dropped. None more so than Mirajan's, whose face went ashen realizing she had picked a fight with someone so strong. Makarov calmed down and coughed to get everyone's attention. Naruto Uzumaki, S-class mage, alias, the Immortal, said to be able to survive after being stabbed in the heart. Currently 33 years old, hasn't aged a day in over a decade. And rumored to have never lost a battle. Makarov smiled as everyone in the guild was currently gaping, having heard of a person called the Immortal, all over Fury. From what they heard, he was a good guy but very powerful. Obviously considering his class, but despite being good he was still to be feared. I always found the Immortal to be a bit too blunt and simple, to be honest. Naruto shrugged. I hadn't realized I'd become so famous though. He looked at the master with such piercing eyes that the old man knew if he hadn't been such an experienced mage, he would falter under the stare. I'm not stupid. You know more than what you're telling, but that's all you're telling them. I like to keep things a secret. After all, if my allies don't know, then how can my enemies? You see what I mean? I understand all that. Makarov gave a little wave as if in dismissal before locking eyes with Naruto. But before I make my decision, why should I let you join us? No, better question, why do? Someone as strong as you want to join us? Naruto chuckled mirthlessly. I've been traveling alone for a long while and it can get lonely. With my situation as it is, I'm sick of traveling alone. And I'd prefer to have a place I can call home, where I can settle down for once and have a place I can go to relax with my friends. The words, friends, seemed strange to him since he had been alone for so long. Granted, he'd had company before, partners for mercenary jobs and the like. And he wasn't a stranger to a woman's body either, thanks to Amaterasu deciding it was time he finally lost his virginity before he began a new life. Though he wasn't going to complain anytime soon, but he hadn't had a true friend since he'd arrived to the new world. Makarov could sense the word felt foreign to the younger man, and he knew he was a good guy, and especially a guy fit for fairy tale. He slowly reached behind him, putting Naruto on guard and making every tense, but when he brought his hand back around, there was a collective face plant into the ground as Naruto's sweat dropped. In his hands was a stamp with the fairy tale crest on it. Where do you want it? Makarov asked with a wide grin. That's it, Naruto asked with a raised eyebrow. You're just accepting me like that? Yup. Makarov nodded happily. Mirajan, who had been silent the entire time from thinking of how she had attacked a NS class mage, and he could probably have killed her from what she'd seen, though she hadn't gone full out either since they were in the guild hall, but it was still a nasty thought. But now, hearing the master accept him so easily struck something inside her. What, you mean this newbie can join just like that? she shouted indigently, pointedly ignoring the fact he was S-class. What the fuck? Naruto chuckled at the small girl as Makarov held the stamp up. So, where do you want to broadcast you're with the greatest guild? He asked, inwardly happy at having such a strong person with them. Huff, he didn't know everything he could do, a person didn't get to S-class for no reason, and that was all he needed to know. Besides, having him join was also giving him a home. Naruto gave a nod and pointed at the top of his right arm. Just below his shoulder. I'll have it there, and in the brightest white possible with a red outline, if that's possible. Naruto asked, wanting to have the crest the same color as his outfit and also his flame. Can do, Naruto-chan. Makarov grinned, channeling energy into the stamp and pressing it onto the intended spot for a moment before pulling away to reveal a perfect symbol of fairy tale. Pure white with a crimson outline standing out just like he wanted. Looks great. Naruto grinned, happy to be accepted into the guild and have a new home. As Makarov watched some of the fairy tale mages welcome Naruto into the guild, he frowned in thought. His magical energy was similar to Natsu's but different at the same time. It felt more raw and potent. Hell, it felt as if a dam was holding it back, and if it was knocked down or opened up then it would all come crashing down on us. He's a mystery indeed. Flashback end. Ever since I've joined the guild, things have been a bunch of fun. I have true friends I can count on now. I wouldn't give it up for the world. Naruto yanked his sword free from the demon's head and pulled a face at the blood on his blade. Giving it a shake, the blood was flung onto the grass before he sent the sword back into the pocket dimension. Cracking his neck, he looked up as the sun was beginning to disappear in the distance. Is it that late already? He thought before he heard footsteps behind him. Erza-chan, really, you have so little faith in me? He asked in mock hurt, holding a hand to his chest. Erza gave him a look. Though her lip twitched as she held out her sword, and just like with Naruto's swords, hers vanished in the way of a magical seal. That's a pointless question and you know it, she said bluntly, knowing he was joking but deciding to answer anyway. I trust no one else more than I do you, she said honestly, a small smile forming. After all, how could I not trust the man who saved me when I most needed it? Naruto smiled back and thought back to when they first met. Flashback. Route to Tower of Heaven Island. It had been a couple months now since Naruto had joined Fairy Tail. Miragen still liked to pick fights with him, whether it was because she saw him as some rival or she just wanted to kick his ass, he didn't know. Though most of the time it was her sister Lysina and big brother Elfman that usually dragged her away before she could hurt herself. Naruto though liked it in a way that someone was aiming to become stronger than her, especially from the way he'd say. Cretly watched her train while mumbling about, blonde bastard. He had also met an interesting person who he had taken a liking to, Natsu Dragneel, a dragon slayer, a fire-based one at that in fact. What were the chances that a guild would have a god slayer and a dragon slayer? Either way, the boy had a ton of potential, the same as another kid, Grey Fullbuster, someone who used a magic called Ice Make. Everyone else in the guild seemed to have a ton of potential just waiting to be tapped into. At the moment, Naruto was now catching a ride out to an island on a medium-sized speedboat captained by an old man and his dog. Since he had no other passengers, the old man gave him a discount for the short trip across the sea. Naruto leaned over the boat and enjoyed the breeze as it brushed against his face, blowing his longer hair back. It was times like these where he wished he could simply freeze time and enjoy it. Leaning back in the back, he pulled a sheet of paper from his hakama's pocket and read the job that was on it. B-class job. Threat level. Medium. Pay. 300,000 jewels. Task. Group of cultists illegally captured citizens and are using them as slaves. Using them to build R of Heaven aka R system in order to resurrect the spirit of the Black Mage Zirf. Take out cultists, free the illegal slaves, and destroy the tower to prevent resurrection of Zirf. Naruto frowned at the request, finding that whoever could build such a structure had to be powerful. This is one of those missions where it says it's a low class then it becomes a higher class, isn't it? This is the mission to Nami no Kuni all over again. I just know it. Then again, the old man lets me do S-class jobs. I only took this one for easy money. He shrugged to himself as the boat suddenly stopped. Land ho! The old man shouted from his steering wheel as the dog barked in response from beside him. Naruto stood up looking with a stretch and a yawn to see they had reached the target island. Nodding his head to himself, he tossed the old guy a tip before jumping off boat and onto shore. "Thanks for the ride, old man," he said, giving a small wave over his shoulder as he walked away. "No problem. Fairy tale looks out for one another." Naruto looked back to see the man flashing his own fairy tale crest on his wrist as he turned the boat around to head back in the other direction. Huh, no wonder I didn't see an engine. He was using his own magic to power the boat. The blonde thought with a raised eyebrow before he walked away from the shore. He looked down at the paper in his hand to see it suddenly burn away. "What the hell?" he muttered, shocked by it before shaking his head and turning to look up at the massive structure in front of him. "So this is Tower of Heaven, what a bunch of nut jobs. Alright, first I break out the slaves and then I bring this place down." Looking down from the tower, he focused his eyes on the main gate in front of him. Clenching his fist, he cocked his arm back and punched the gate, forming an indent before the gate was blasted off its hinges and smashed into a wall. With the gate gone, he could see several paths and tunnels. Holding his hand out in front of him, 5 tendrils of magic burst from his palm and struck the ground in front of him. Repuriction. Replication. The 5 tendrils that struck the ground immediately shot upwards in a blob of energy that began forming a human shape until they revealed 5 perfect copies of Naruto. "Unlike my cage bunshin, I can't form a sign and they pop out of me. This was the closest I came to recreating it. I can't summon as many as I used to, but these clones are more or less replicas of me in every way, and they don't die after one strike. Even better, because they are a part of my magic, very thing they learn goes straight back to me. They're perfect." He gave a nod to the clones which were returned as they shot off. Naruto crossed his arms and closed his eyes, waiting patiently for the loans to give him information on the location of the slaves, since it would be safer to rescue them first. Well, it would be easier to carry on the mission if they were rescued. After a few minutes, one of his clones dispelled, relaying the location of the slaves to him. Nodding to himself, he descended down one of the staircases while keeping on guard. Underground slave cells. Down in the cells the slaves sat quietly, agonizing over their predicament. All of them looked over in fear as there was a creaking sound coming from the cell gate as it suddenly swung open. They all gulped as they watched the trembling form of a shackled Erza enter with a shove from the guards. "Hey Ne-san, you're okay?" one of the slave children exclaimed in worry. "Idiot, look at her. How can you say she's okay?" an older boy shouted, pointing at Erza as she trembled on her spot. "What about Jello? He said he was going to get past those guys to save you," another young boy said before a hand squeezed his shoulder to stop him. They all looked over to see an old man stopping the young boy from speaking. "Just let her sit quietly. Poor girl must have suffered a lot in the punishment chamber," he told them sternly and softly as Erza didn't respond to any of them, just kept slowly walking forward. "But what about Jello?" The old man shook his head to silence him, but he kept on speaking. "I bet he got caught and taken in her place. Those bastards. I want to go home," one of the crying children yelled. "What's all this racket in here?" One of the cultists' voice boomed as he and another guard stormed the cell. "Calm down, Sho," a boy pleaded as he tried to comfort the child. "It's okay, Sho-kun. Gramps is here," the old man said, trying to help as well. "You better shut up, you little whelp, before I cut your tongue out," the guard yelled. He suddenly began choking and grasped his throat as blood ran down his chin from his mouth. Everyone saw the tip of a sword sticking out of the front of his throat as blood gushed from his neck before the blade was removed, letting the guard collapse to the ground dead. They all sat there stunned and not saying a word. "What the hell was that?" Another guard came down to the cell before his eyes suddenly rolled up into the back of his head as he collapsed. When his body hit the floor, the kids and old man could see 3 small daggers sticking out of his back. "Well, that's 2 down. Though there's more to come," a voice echoed down the dungeon halls. They all turned to see the form of Naruto Uzumaki holding 2 swords in his hand. Blood splashed over his clothing and blades. Footsteps were heard as a group of 20 cultists charged around the corner and came face to face with the scene. It's him, the intruder. Kill him now. The man in front, most likely the captain, commanded. Naruto shook his head as he sent the two swords away before holding his hand forward. Idiots. A large magical circle seal came to life, lit up a bright gold inches from his hand. The slaves watched as the beginnings of swords appeared from the seal until dozens of various swords stopped halfway of leaving the seal. The cultists began charging him, not taking too much notice or even caring about the entire pointy swords ready to slice them to pieces. About 12 of them came at him to cut him off from the slaves as the rest of the cultists marched forward to the cells. The leader of this group among them. With a flick of his wrist, Naruto called out his technique. Requip. Mugen no Kensai. Infinite creation of swords before the charging cultists could blink. Swords upon swords burst from the large magical seal and slashed, pierced and gutted the black magic cultists. At the cells, the lead cultists held its spear at the group. One of you must be responsible somehow. No one should know about this island. No matter, he'll soon be dead, and as example to all slaves some of you will die. Starting with you. He pointed the tip of his spear at Sho and started charging. Before he could make it though, Naruto appeared in front of him, his hand around his throat crushing the man's windpipe while he glared at the man. Attacking kids who can barely stand, huh? You must be so fucking proud of yourself. With a yell, he chucked the man down long hallway where he smashed into the wall. The soon fell on him as it crumbled. The other cultist stared, in fear at the brutal strength he showed. He turned to the slaves behind him who was looking at him in awe. Oi, you guys just gonna stand there, or are you going to fight for your freedom? These guys are nothing but cowards. He yelled back at them while ducking a stab before landing a kick that sent an enemy flying. He didn't want to freak the kids out by getting stabbed and still fighting with a sword through him. It may make them think twice about him and cause them to freeze up. His words caused Erza's eyes to widen as she remembered what Jelil had told her. We have to fight. She repeated the words to herself. She gained a determined glint in her lone eye as she picked up one of the dropped weapons before charging forward and cutting through the reaming cultists in front of them. Naruto, in all of his years of seeing amazing things, couldn't stop himself from staring in awe as she proceeded to slice the remaining cultists to shreds. Where did that come from? She took out the other half by herself. He thought in amazement as Erza took down one more cultists before turning to her fellow slaves. We won't become free by following orders or running away, she shouted, looking at each of her friends. We have to fight, stand up for freedom. Inspired by her words, the rest of the slaves stood up and armed themselves with what they could find. Naruto smiled at their determination and gave a nod. Follow me, I'll show you the way out, he shouted, running to and up the stairs he'd come down from. After arriving outside from the cells, Naruto and the slaves came face to face with an army of cultists hell-bent on crushing the revolt. You think you can rebel? Put them all down. The head of the cultists' army shouted to his men. Both sides charged at each other with battle cries as they began clashing swords in a massive clash, with the slaves fighting tooth and nail for their freedom. You won't take advantage of us. Kill them all. Kill all the slaves. The cultists shouted. We have the numbers. We will have our freedom. All of the slaves returned the shout in unison. Naruto was at the head of the charge, cutting down cultists left and right with brutal efficiency, summoning swords as he went along quicker than they could blink. A tendril of magic erupted from his body and formed a clone to aid in the battle, which didn't go unnoticed by the cultists. That guy, he's not one of the slaves. He's a mage. Call in the magicians to take him down, one of the cultists ordered. Naruto gritted his teeth at that. Shit, he shouted, turning to the small red head, Erza. You seem to be the leader of these guys. Stick to regular cultists, I'll handle the magicians, he ordered. Wait, Erza pleaded, looking up at him in worry. You can't do it alone. I can help you, she shouted, not wanting to lose her savior. Naruto grinned as he turned away to face the magicians. Don't worry, I'm a fairy tale mage, I can take it. When he turned, it gave Erza a good view of his fairy tale crest. Before she could say anything, he was already off, jumping over the cultists in front of him and charging the incoming magicians. He's like Ojii-san, a real fairy tale mage, she thought, stunned. Before she smiled and tightened her grip on the sword she held. You bastards think you can take illegal slaves and no one would find out about it. All to resurrect some stupid god. Sorry to say, but that doesn't sit well with me. He stopped just short of the group and held his hand out to the side. A seal appeared inches away from it. Requip. Sword of Tsukuyomi. His favor. Ite's sword appeared in his hand with a flash and he grinned as he poured magical energy into it, with the result being white energy pouring from it. With a mighty swing in a wide arc, he shouted out. Genjutsu. Crescent Moon. A white blast of energy fired from the blade in the instant of the slash, which took on the form of a crescent. The blast of energy plowed through their ranks, leaving a huge trench in its wake as the blast exploded in the form of wild energy, flinging magicians away like ragdolls. The magicians regrouped and began to rapidly fire blasts of magical energy from their staffs and hands. Naruto growled as he began to run at them, slashing the blasts of energy with the sword of Tsukuyomi in half. One of the magicians noticed he had directed their fire away from the rebels, taking the brunt of their attack by himself. Seizing the opportunity, he jumped behind his fellow warriors using them as cover and took aim at the rebels and fired a blast directly towards Erza. Erza! Old Man Rob shouted as he dove in front of her to take the blast. He braced himself for the hit, but was stunned to hear two blasts either side of him and Erza. He opened his eyes to see a Naruto street Ood in front of him with his sword held in front of him with smoking coming off it. Wow, just when I thought you guys couldn't get any lower, you go and decide to attack a 12-year-old girl from behind. Naruto muttered, lowering his blade. You must be full of fucking courage, he asked sarcastically with a sneer on his face. This boy, incredible, Rob uttered in awe. Now up close to boy, he got a good look at the fairy tale tattoo on his arm. Fairy tale, huh, Makarov, you sure got yourself one hell of a mage. What are you going to do now, boy? There's no way you can keep this up. Just give up now and your death will be painless. One of the magicians declared. The cultists started to charge, only to be halted in their tracks as a bunch of weapons rose into the air between the two forces. What is this? They yelled. Everyone turned to see Erza with her hands raised in the air and an angry expression on her face as a large magic seal lit up beneath her. I won't give up. We won't give up until everyone is free. She yelled as the weapons launched towards the magicians. They tried to flee unsuccessfully as the mass of weapons cut them down to shreds. Awesome, Nei-san can use magic too. One of the kids with blonde hair shouted. With two magic users this good, there's no way we can lose. Another declared. The remaining cultists stared at them in horror. Come with me, Erza yelled, lifting her sword into the air. Naruto smiled at the small girl and summoned two swords into his hand, moving into a stance as he did so. You heard her. This is your show, he yelled, led at the other slaves who roared a battle cry as they charged forward, following Erza. The cultists were now on their heels and soon overwhelmed by the slave revolt and Naruto's clones. As the rebels drove the cultists back, the deserters were ambushed by a group of Naruto clones waiting for them at the docks. When the battle had started, Naruto had set aside a group of clones to protect the young children who couldn't fight and led them to a ship. Since each of the clones could use his magic, they easily defeated their enemies with summoned swords. In the meantime, the kids and the clones prepared the ship for the slaves to escape from the island. Now that the battle was over, everyone began to move to the ship, excited that their freedom was finally secured. Hey, where's Erza? An older boy asked the collective group. She went to find Jello. Rob answered, sitting on a bench, his sore bones needing to rest. Nei-san should have been back by now. A small girl stated with a frown. Shit, you guys go ahead and take off. I'll find Erza and catch up. Naruto ordered as he turned and ran back towards the tower. What's the rush? We can wait, the older boy from before called out. Naruto stopped in his place and jogged on the spot as he looked at them. I got orders to blow this place sky high. It wouldn't do any good for you guys to be around when that happened. Don't worry, I'll make sure that she's safe, he told them before taking off, leaving nothing but a breeze in his wake. Alright, then good luck, Rob yelled to the empty air, knowing somehow that Naruto knew. Erza had arrived at Jalal's location. She'd freed him from his restraints, but she had then noticed that something was off. He started spouting nonsense about how true freedom was right here and he wasn't leaving. He then used some strange magic to kill some cultists that had been beaten and were barely clinging to life. She had pleaded with him to run away with her and explained how all of their friends were waiting for him. But then he started ranted about Zirf and completing the tower. She'd thought he was acting strange because he was tortured and declared that they were leaving. He then turned on her. Jello had lifted his hand and released a blast of magic, sending her crashing through a wall and into a large cavern, before she landed skidding along the ground. She rolled over her stomach, groaning to look at her friend who'd gone mad. Go ahead, if you want to leave so much, then go ahead on your own. However, the rest of your friends will stay here with me to finish this tower. I won't be like them, ruling through force and fear. I will give them clothes, food, and the privilege of working for the great mage Zirf. He proclaimed with a crazed look about him. What are you talking about? Everyone is waiting for us. No one will come back to work here. Open your eyes, Jello. She was silenced by Jello lifting up his hand and used his dark magic to choke her. I don't need you anymore. As a reward for getting rid of those nuisances, I won't kill you. You can go and find your fleeting freedom. He sneered at her, a look that didn't suit a 12-year-old. Lol, she gasped out, feebly grasping at her throat. I'll trust you not to speak of this to anyone. If the government were to find out about this Tower of Heaven plan, everything would be ruined. IWOU have to destroy the evidence of this tower and eliminate all the workers. You can never return here. If you do, I'll start killing all your little friends. How about I start with Sho, or even better, that old man you're so fond of? Ha ha ha, he cackled with evil laughter as he tightened the grip on her throat. No, she gasped out with tears pouring from her eyes. That is your precious freedom. Live on with the lives of your nakama resting on your back, Erza. Ahahaha. Jello cackled with made glee, only to be blindsided by a punch to the face that sent him flying into a wall. Not in this lifetime, asshole. She's already free, a voice declared. Jello scrambled to his feet to see the sight of Naruto holding a crying Erza to his chest. His eyes were narrowed and slit as he glared at him. Who the hell are you? What are you doing here? Jello demanded. Me, I'm a fairy tale mage. What I'm doing? Starting a slave revolt, killing off cultists, destroying this tower, but for some reason. Since seeing this girl cry really seems to piss me off, I'm going to be kicking your ass. Naruto answered, as he moved to a section of the wall in the tunnel and placed Erza down. He gave her a small smile as she looked up at him. You stay here, okay? I'm gonna take care of this guy and then make sure you get off this rock. She gave him a weak nod as Naruto stood up and began walking towards Jello. Magic energy erupted out of Naruto as he held his hand out, a seal appearing before it. Requip, Ryujin Jaka. With a flash and the vanishing of the seal, a new sword appeared in his hand. MBLING, a standard katana with a dark purple handle and a circular hand guard. All of a sudden, the blade lit up with crimson fire, the sword's natural fire. The heat of it was so strong that the ground underneath it was actually melting away. Jello took cautious steps back from the sword. What the fuck is that? He uttered, making Naruto grin. One of my many unique swords. It even comes with its own fire. 2. Naruto grinned before stabbing the sword into the ground and smirked darkly. Goen Ryuga, Ultra Dragon Fang Flame. Beneath Jalal's feet, the ground began to shake and turn red. Before Jalal could react, a tower of flame erupted from under him, smashing into him and dragging his body through every level of the tower as the tower of flame soared higher. Naruto pulled the sword out of the ground, canceling the tower of fire, and sealed the sword away before turning back to Erza and jogging up to her as the building began to collapse behind him. As he leaned down to pick her up, he found that she was still conscious. Thank you, she whispered before passing out in his arms. He smiled before running back out the way he came in as the tower began to collapse behind him. As he reached the end of the tunnel leading out, he took a giant leap from the edge of the tunnel all the way to the shore. The tower behind him collapsed into one big pile of rubble. He looked back at the remains before shrugging and carrying on. Hey man, nice job. A voice rang out. Naruto looked over to the origin of the voice to see the old man in the boat with his dog who gave him a ride out here. Old man, hey, you know what happened to the others? He asked with a raised eyebrow, indicating to the empty space that once held a ship. They're fine, took the cultist ship and hightailed it to the nearest town. The old man explained. That's good. Naruto nodded with a smile before looking down at Erza. Hey, can you take her to her friends? He asked the old man. The old man shook his head in response. That old guy you saved earlier, Rob, he's ex-fairy tale. Gave up on magic years ago though, but that girl Erza, he said take her to fairy tale. It's her dream to be free and become a mage of fairy tale like he used to be. He explained. Naruto looked down at her. She's got real strength, don't worry, I got it covered. Hey, if he's fairy tale, he must have been responsible for the job showing up. That's why it vanished when I got here. Aw man, that means there's no pay. He grumbled despite the fact he didn't really need the money. He said to report everything back to old Makarov. This should have been a government-sanctioned mission, so he'll take care getting you your pay. The old man explained, getting a grin from Naruto. Cool, well then, you mind giving me a ride back to land? Naruto asked the boatman. Not at all, hop on in, always nice to have some company Rinko. The old man answered before grinning at his dog. Woof, woof, Rinko barked in response. Naru, too, grinned as he hopped into the boat and sat on the side still holding Erza to his chest. Erza awoke with a stir. As her eyes blinked open she found herself in a room lying in a comfortable bed. She almost thought she was dreaming, since the only thing she had laid down on in a long time was a cold, hard ground. Looking around, she saw the blonde mage who had saved her and her friends chatting with an old man. Makarov and the others noticed Erza now awake and sat up. Ah, finally awake, young lady. Naruto has told me a lot of impressive things about you, Erza-chan. Makarov greeted with a welcoming smile. Naruto? She questioned, confused. Naruto chuckled and walked over to her. That's right, we weren't formally introduced. I'm Naruto Uzumaki and this here is Fairy Tail's Guildmaster, Makarov. Naruto introduced. Erza went wide-eyed and scrambled to her feet as her small hands gripping her dress as she bowed to them. I'm Erza Scarlet, thank you for saving me and my friends. She greeted and thanked Naruto. Naruto chuckled at her as he waved her off. No need to be so formal, Erza-chan. From what you did back in that place, you're strong yourself. If it wasn't me who saved you, you probably would have beaten those guys even if I hadn't showed up. He grinned as Erza blushed at the praise of her savior. I gotta run, got more jobs that need doing. The old man here will show you the ropes here. See ya around, Naruto said as he walked out the room. Naruto shut the door behind him before walking out into the main hall. He quickly reached the main guild entrance, and after he'd taken a few steps outside, the sound of rapid footsteps halted him as he turned back. There she was, Erza Scarlet, running up to him with tears in her eyes. Wait, take me with you. We can become strong together. After Jello, I don't want to lose another friend. She pleaded as she ran up to him. Naruto smiled lightly at her in understanding. Bending down to be her height, he patted her head. Hey, you're not losing me. Old man Rob said that your dream was to be a fairy tale mage, right? So, it wouldn't be fair to you to drag you around with me while I finish my training and go on dangerous jobs. This place is awesome, so you'll make tons of friends, don't worry. I'll stop in often when I'm in between jobs, so you will see me a lot too, and eventually I'll be back here for good. He said, trying to reassure her. With a smile, he reached under his shirt and removed Tsunade's necklace and placed it around Erza's neck. Someone once gave this to me to show their hope and faith in me. That person means more to me than my own life. Now you can believe in me too, he proclaimed before giving her a kiss on the forehead. Erza stood there stunned with a huge blush on her face as Naruto walked away, waving back at her over his shoulder. Suddenly Mirajan ran to the doors. Oi, where the hell do you think you're going? I never even got to kick your ass. She shouted with gritted teeth as Naruto ignored her. She then noticed Erza staring off into the distance at her nemesis, with a dreamy smile on her face while gripping her new necklace tightly. What the hell are you looking at? Mirajan sneered at the red head. Erza snapped her head to the white-haired girl her own size and instinctively glared. None of your business, Erza snapped. Lightning bolts appeared between their eyes before the Y each turned away from one another with a HMPH. Flashback end. You were so cute back then as a little kid. Naruto grinned as he walked over to Erza, who was blushing at his comment. As Naruto walked towards her, he took notice of the many demons and creatures lying dead around them. "So, you got all your own demons then?" he asked, stopping in front of her, now taking notice of the large horn beside her. "I take that as a yes," he muttered with a chuckle. Erza smiled at him as she patted the horn. "Thank you for helping me, despite the job request only being a B class." She thanked him. Naruto shrugged with a grin. "I was bored. Besides, I wouldn't want to be any other place. You're more pleasant company than Natsu or Gray anyway," he said with a shrug and the same grin. Erza raised an eyebrow at that, though her lip twitched upwards to a smile. "Well then, would you like to accompany me at the village inn for the night? It's getting dark and I don't have to head back to the guild until tomorrow. And you're following Natsu to Harjan town. I'd like one more night if it's not too much trouble," she asked with a small grin and a little tilt to her head. Naruto gave her a small smile and grasped the horn beside her. "I'd love to." With his great strength, he picked the horn up and slung over his shoulder as they began to walk away. As they did walk off though, Erza glanced at the taller man beside her with a smile and touched his arm, getting a strange look from him before her hand slid down his arm until she grasped his hand, intertwining their fingers together. Naruto smiled warmly at her while squeezing her hand. "You know, it's okay to act like a woman every now and again instead of a warrior." Seeing the strange look from the slightly blushing woman, he shrugged slightly. "We're mages. In this line of work, people who aren't like me don't always have a long life ahead of them. You should make every moment last, and have fun." Erza smiled at him, understanding he hidden meaning behind what he had said, and gripped his hand tighter, moving closer to him so her arm was nearly hooked around his. "How about I promise I won't be as strict then? Just for you," she asked with a small smile before turning deadly serious. "Except for Natsu and Gray, however," she stated clearly. Naruto also turned serious and gave a nod. "Except for Natsu and Gray." He looked at her with a grin. "Though you and Mira-chan were just as bad one day." Erza blushed in memory of that and elbowed him in the side, getting a grunt from him. "That was a long time ago," she muttered as they entered the forest leading to the closest village. She tugged his hand harder forward, wanting to get a nice shower and clean herself of demon blood. "Hurry up. I want a nice long shower." She grew an impish grin. Something no one had seen in fairy tale. "That is, if you'll join me." She winked at him. Naruto just growled playfully, and before Erza could react, he had picked her up, horn still on shoulder, and vanished in the blink of an eye. Backroad village, sleep and eat in. Erza smiled as she felt the water cascade down her naked body. All of the grime and blood was washed from her body, her hair was clean. But she just wanted to enjoy the feeling of the water run down her body. Or it could be the man behind her, also naked, washing her back for her with some soap. She moaned in approach, oval as she felt him wash a certain sweet spot. "You're so beautiful, do you know that?" Naruto asked with a grin, leaning forward to kiss her neck, getting moan of pleasure as she tilted her neck to give him better access. Smile still on her face from the feelings she felt just from being with Naruto. Erza smiled at the comment. You tell me that a lot. But it's always nice to hear," she said, moaning as he sucked on her neck. With a smile she turned her head to see him and clearly and leaned up as he leaned down to kiss her. She moaned as the kiss ended. "I'm glad we're partners for jobs," she said with a smile, leaning her head on his shoulder. "Otherwise we wouldn't get any time alone to be together. Especially with how noisy the guild usually is." Naruto smiled and kissed her shoulder, just admiring her body and just how beautiful she was. Never in a million years would he have imagined himself being with such a beautiful and wonderful woman before. "I love these quiet moments too. I love you. I'm glad I joined fairy tale, otherwise I may never have met you," he told her with a grin. Finally, when they finished the kiss that almost sent Erza into an orgasm, when the action of her pumping him with her inner thighs added into the equation, she smiled up at him. "I love you too. I don't care if you're technically 40 years old, she said, knowing his age and immortality. Tai was one of his fears that because of it, he would never find someone when they found out his true age. "Age is just a number. I've always looked on the inside of people to see who they really are and to protect myself. Of course the physical aspect is a plus as well. She grinned at the last bit and smiled more as Naruto chuckled and kissed her. Pulling back, Naruto grinned at the woman in his arms. I wonder, what would everyone else in the guild would think at seeing such a naughty side of Erza the Titania? His answer was her squeezing him with her legs, forcing a grunt from him. She bit his chest before kissing the same spot. Erza licked the spot and smirked up at him. They wouldn't believe you, she replied with confidence. Naruto just grinned back at her. I wouldn't say that. After all, Mira-chan, Natsu, Gray, Elfman, Kana, Levi and even Happy knows about us, so they would believe me. He counted off the names with his fingers. Naruto tapped his chin almost mockingly. My fault, huh? If I remember correctly, you had just come back from an S-class mission. You were incredibly horny, and since you get that way after a good fight, I can understand that. However, as soon as you entered the guild, you had immediately searched me out and dragged me to the basement, where you then tore my pants off, stripped naked with requip and jumped me. He pointed out all of facts with her face getting more crimson every second. Erza ducked her head, pressing her head into his chest out of embarrassment of her actions at that time. She didn't know why it was, but every time she had a big fight, it would make her incredibly horny afterwards. Perhaps it was the warrior side of her just getting excited from fighting someone or something strong, but in the past she simply ignored the feeling as best as she could. Until she and Naruto began a relationship and she found a new form of release. Looking back up at Naruto, she couldn't help the loving smile that appeared on her face. To her, he was her savior in so many ways. He was always there for her whilst she grew up in Fairy Tail, taught her how to use requip to utilize her powers, was always there for a show. Older to cry on when she needed it, and above all else, helped her in embarrassing situations. Flashback Fairy Tail Guild basement. Erza groaned as she rolled her hips on top of Naruto, who was now sheathed within her on top of a crate. She grabbed the back of his head and pulled him into a deep and hungry kiss as she began to slowly bounce on top of him, feeling him slide in and out of her, filling her to the brim. I missed this, missed you. Going on. Jobs without you, aren't the same. She trailed off as she gyrated her hips in such a way his shaft managed to hit a certain spot, leaving her unable to talk for a moment anymore. Before Erza could answer though, they heard a squeak on the other side of the basement, where they kept food. Erza, Naruto, L movement still as they turned horrified eyes onto each other. As one, they turned their heads to the noise to see the familiar blue cat, Happy with a fish hanging out of its mouth, never mind the impossibly wide-eyed stare it had. Before either could do anything, wings sprouted from Happy's back and he shot off to the stairs. Shit, Naruto exclaimed, somehow lifting a frozen Erza off of him. Pop, as his shaft left her tight lips. Naruto, utilizing his great speed, managed to pull his Hakama back on as Erza, in her frozen state, managed to requip her armor. Naruto grabbed Erza's hand and getting a nod from her, they sped up the basement stairs and into the main hall, to which their eyes went wide at as soon as they entered. Seated at one table were Mirajan, Natsu, Gray, Elfman, Kana, Levi and Happy floating above them. As soon as they had stepped onto the landing, they had taken notice that the group had already been staring at the basement entrance with shocked expressions, even the usually dense Natsu. However, to Erza's growing horror, Happy pointed at them with his wide-eyed look. I told you. Erza, going into kill mode, summoned a sword without hesitation and was about to kill the cat when Naruto's had snapped onto her, grasping it enough to stop her from killing the feline. Naruto smiled at the confused look she gave him and shrugged. It was bound to get out soon. Or later, and to be honest, sneaking around is getting troublesome. As soon as the last word left his mouth, he palmed his own face whilst muttering. All these years and I'm still emulating Shikamaru, damn. Shaking his head to focus on what was important now, Erza continued to stare for a moment before letting out a resigned sigh whilst giving Naruto an accused look. This is your fault. If you had stopped me, we wouldn't have gotten into this mess. She commented with a sigh, though she avoided his eyes as she blushed slightly. Naruto blinked at his lover. My fault. Stop you. I was barely Able to blink before you'd grabbed my jacket and whisked me away to the basement, he exclaimed, waving his hands about in exasperation. Erza flushed at that and attempted to speak, but all she could do was open and close her mouth wordlessly before looking at the group and lowering her head in embarrassment at their still, wide-eyed stares. She was supposed to be the strict one, full of confidence. And yet here she was bowing her head like a kicked puppy. Naruto sighed and grasped her hand, leaning down to her ear. Erza, relax, this are friends. One way or the other they were going to find out. They won't think differently of you or treat you any differently if that's what you're worried about. He pulled back with a smile while she simply stared at him, letting him drag her to their gaping friends. Whatever happens or is said here today doesn't leave the group of us, or I will show you why I'm considered an S-class mage. All of them gulped nervously before Naruto began speaking with, well, we've been together for 7 months now, just after Erza turned 19. Flashback end. Naruto laughed lightly and kissed her head lovingly as she continued to stroke his shaft with her inner thighs, though in a slower manner to most likely hold him off from slamming her into the wall and fucking her silly. I doubt they'd say anything anyway, especially after you used your Tenrin no Yoroi heaven wheel armor to threaten them. Erza laughed lightly at that before looking him in the eye. Enough talk about them. I just want to spend time with the man I love, so why don't you give me what I've been wanting ever since I started to rub my vagina along your hot piece of meat, and fuck me how I want it. She told him bluntly. Normally saying such things in front of anyone else would turn into a tomato and make her faint, since whilst confident in her fighting abilities she was still shy about opening up to anyone else. Also she enjoyed being the strict one in the guild, since without her she was sure the place would have collapsed by now. In front of Naruto though, he knew everything there was to know about her so she could be herself. Naruto grinned at her. She pressed herself against him even more. Hooking his hand under her legs, he lifted her up and wrapped her legs around his waist and crushed her against the wall whilst also sliding his very hard shaft inside her, getting a scream of pleasure from her. It'll be my pleasure to give you what you want, my love. He grinned as Erza looked at him with lust-clouded eyes whilst she began rocking back and forth, eager to be pounded into. Then give it to me. I can take anything, she grunted as he began pounding away into her. Her arms were wrapped around his neck in a tight hold, but her face was right in front of his, kissing softly every now and again as her back and ass cheeks slammed into the tilled walls, only serving to make her more aroused. Fuck me, Naruto, she shouted. A part of Naruto wondered if the rest of the people staying in the inn would hear them. However, the other part, the more dominant, simply told him only Erza mattered at the moment, and if people heard then screw them. He had never ignored the wise words of that part of his mind. He wasn't going to ignore them anytime soon either. Beep, 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 beep. Naruto slowly cracked an eye open as the alarm on the nightstand started buzzing louder. Grunting, he pulled his arm out from underneath the bed sheets, reached over and smacked the top of the clock none too lightly, and smashing it to pieces. Shrugging mentally, he told himself that they would be gone before anyone noticed. And if they did, he would use the line, "We're fairy tale, what do you expect?" Since that always seemed to shut people up. Yawning now, he brought the hand back and briefly rubbed it over his eyes and forehead. Noticing the room was in fact glowing from the sunlight, he blinked rapidly, adjusting to the brightness after just waking up. As his eyes adjusted to the light, he mentally went over his plans that he had thought of the day before. First, get up obviously and get dressed. Secondly, go check on Natsu on his little recon mission in Harjan town and pick something up from that town, but before all of that, he had to kiss his girlfriend goodbye for a short while. And speaking of girlfriend, when he had first heard he was leaving Konoha for good, he had been nervous, panicked and absolutely scared shitless. Konoha had been his home all of his life. He grew up there, knew everything there was to know. But starting EU life in some other world scared him at the newness of everything. He had followed Tsunade Okazen's advice by being himself, no more masks, and it had earned him respect from all kinds of people. They liked him now, never judged him, and most of the people in this new world were all kind. Except those in the dark guilds obviously. But if he had to ever choose between Fairy Tail and Konoha, then Konoha would definitely be the loser. He may have some loved ones there and he would miss them, but Fairy Tail was his true home as well as the world itself. In his traveling he had even met many mages of all kinds. Learned different kinds of magic and simply explored the world where anything was possible. Obviously he had trained to improve what he could already do, adding more techniques to his repertoire. But from meeting those new people he had made friends, earned experiences of all kinds and simply had fun. Shaking his head of thinking about the past and what he'd done, he smiled down at the woman he loved. Erza, he drawled, just in case she wasn't awake yet, but he had a feeling the alarm had woken her up as well. It usually did whenever they slept at the same place together, which was most of the time. Or in this case an inn which they always shared. Then again, Erza had been very excited the night before, or it could be called the early hours in the morning, so she could still be exhausted. He was cut off from the thoughts of their love-making marathon the night before as he felt her shift against him, murmuring something against his arm, but it was nothing that he could understand even with his enhanced hearing. I couldn't hear what you said, he murmured to her, leaning down so she could hear him. The last time you told me 5 minutes, I agreed and gotten ranted at and physically attacked. So, for once I'm being logical and, he stopped abruptly as she shifted, lifting her left leg to rest on top of his, pressing her naked body against him, her wet center rubbed along his leg as her knee managed to bump against a certain something that made her giggle. Naruto grunted, trying not to be suckered in like last time. I have a beautiful woman lying naked beside me, curled up against me in fact and rubbing all her good bits against me. If I wasn't awake I'd be afraid of what that would mean. He closed his eyes as she bit his shoulder playfully. Who would have thought Erza, Titania, Scarlet was in fact a hormonal-driven woman, especially when everyone only sees the stern Erza. It feels good to know I affect you in such a way. She murmured into his shoulder, kissing it softly. Her arm slowly worked its way back across his chest, only for her hand to stop in the middle, then slowly start moving down to his abdomen, her finger tracing patterns as it went. Naruto groaned as he felt her closer. Erza, not that I'd be complaining normally, but you did warn me last night that you wanted to leave early today to get back to the guild. I also need to go see Natsuo. In the worst possible timing ever, Erza had ignored him, continuing to snake her hand down past his waist until finally finding her object of desire and grabbing him and squeezed. Erza looked up at him with a raised eyebrow despite just having woken up. I hope that was just the timing and you weren't moaning Natsu. She gave him a tug and a smirk to let him know she held power over him. You're meant to moan, scream and shout my name out. She smiled down at him but it turned to a smirk. Although, I may not be the only person whose name you moan. She giggled at his look. What? He asked confused as she continued to stroke him, pleasantly. Mirajan has had feelings for you for a while. She's had a crush on you since she was young, but since she grew older like me, those feelings grew into something greater. She grinned slightly. She loves you. She, kissing his shoulder once more. Naruto looked down at her confused. Why are you telling me this? Is this a test? He asked, thinking that was the only possible reason. No, idiot. She shook her head, smiling up at him. We both love you very much, and after she and the others found out about us, she admitted to me that she loved you. I think she was going to challenge me for your love or something. She laughed lightly whilst Naruto looked at her inquisitively. I told her that I thought she had feelings for you but I never knew she loved you. I promised her I would speak to you about it. I know you've felt something for her beside me and believe it or not I'm okay with that. Ever since we've been together, you fill me with this confidence that makes me unafraid or self-conscious. I want us all to be happy and if that means I have to share you with Mirajan of all people then so be it. She leant up and gave him a loving kiss. When we get back to the guild, I'm going to speak to her and let her know how I feel, and then it's all up to you. I want you to know, from the bottom of my heart, that I love you and if you want Mirajan to join us, well, she paused and gave him a tug getting a groan. I think it'll make things more interesting. At this point, his hormones were almost conquering a major part of his brain. Beating his logical side away of what would happen if she was late to leave at the time she wanted to, never mind the images of a threesome with Mirajan, Erza, and himself now floating through his brain. However, feeling her surprisingly soft hand wrapped his shaft and pumping him just how she knew he liked it, he knew where this was going. That didn't mean he wasn't going to try to fight it. Erza, if you don't stop now, you're going to be late going back to the guild, and it takes a couple days to walk it. He tried to reason. Not saying anything else, Erza shifted so that she was fully straddling him whilst continuing to stroke him. Backing up a bit, she bit her lip as she felt his hardened piece of meat brush against her clit, almost making her whimper in wanton need. Letting his shaft go, she began to stroke the underside of it with her lower lips, making it slick with her juices. She smiled as she leaned over him, hovering her face over his for a second. And gave him a brief half-lidded smile. It'll be okay. Giving him a brief peck on the lips, he went to return the quick kiss until she pulled away, then started planting gentle kisses along his jaw. I love you so much, she whispered, pulling away slightly and giving him a smile that said so many things. Erza just looked down at him with a smirk, placing her hand on his chest so she could ride him wildly. I won't see you for a couple days, maybe longer, and I want this to last until we see other again at the guild, she told him, honestly wanting just some alone time for a little bit. Erza grinned victoriously and planned on making sure Naruto would be walking with a limp for a few days. Magic Council. The Magic Council were the ruling body of the world of magic. The council oversaw guilds and kept them in check, and they were responsible for the events caused by mages. For this reason, they do not hold the Fairy Tail Guild, mainly Natsu Dragneel and a certain someone in high regard. Despite grudging respect for their power, the aforementioned group was currently in session, stood on a glowing magic circle that spun around slowly, yet no one was moved. Within a large beautiful white palace, the identities of most of the figures were hidden by the shadows due to not much lighting in the room and most likely some form of magic keeping the shadows on their faces and clothing. One of the members was a pale-skinned woman with long black hair, along with black eyes, wearing a short white dress that pronounced her voluptuous figure. To the annoyance of some of the council members, she was rolling a crystal ball in her arms back and forth with a serene smile as if she didn't see the twitches of eyebrows on their faces. Ultir, stop behaving like a child, barked one of the silhouettes from the opposite side of the circle. Deciding to piss them off more for the hell of it, the black-haired woman dropped the ball onto the magic circle, showing. It was solid as the orb shattered into several pieces to the further irritation of those seated at the table. With the same serene smile, she waved her hand and the glass reformed itself into a ball and levitated back into her hands. A smirk adorned her face as she surveyed the rest of the room and council mages. It is way too boring here, don't you agree, Seagrain-sama? She questioned, looking at the person stood 2 places from her. You're right, I wish someone caused some disaster, Seagrain said, a man whose most prominent features were his blue hair and strange marking tattoo across his right eye. He was dressed in elegant robes, in a white jacket and pants with thick black trim. He smirked as he looked around the other members. Close your trap, you foolish boy, one of the male council members shouted. He was an older fellow sporting a ponytail with a white suit and a green cape. I have no idea how runts like you ever became council members, he exclaimed, face red in anger with a touch of arrogance. Seagaline waved off the old man's comments dismissively with a smirk. Because our magical power is high, he stated with a smirk as Ultir held a hand over her mouth to hide her giggles at the growing ire of the old mages. Old fossil, a large figure, most likely the leader or head mage, released a burst of his magical energy, gaining their attention. Silence the both of you imbeciles. Like most of them, the shadows covered his body in such a way that his appearance continued to remain hidden. The magical side of the world has many troubles ahead of them, but here is one thing we must all focus on. What are we going to do about Fairy Tail? Those fools have been a thorn in our side for far too long. The council nodded and murmured in agreement with his statement. Let's not forget that man. Ever since he joined Fairy Tail, that place has gotten even more out of hand and a nuisance, a council member reminded them. Many scowls fitted the council members' faces except for Seagrain and Ultir, who smirked. Oh please, you guys are just pissed. He's probably the strongest of their guild, not to mention S-class. Seagrain snorted whilst rolling his eyes. Ultir smiled serenely at that. Maybe we should have him join us, having him would make things a bit more fun. She smirked slightly. Master Hades has had his eye on Naruto-kun for a while now. She thought absent-mindedly. There were some gasps from the older members of the council at the very idea of having him be a member. Don't be foolish. Granting someone like him such power is blasphemy. One of the fairy tale haters shouted with vehemence. Once more the council descended into chaos, all because of Fairy Tail and Naruto Uzumaki. Harjan Town Train Station. Natsu Dragneel, Dragon Slayer and member of Fairy Tail, groaned from where he was currently sat against the inside of the train carriage. Natsu was of average height, a lean-built person with tan skin, black eyes, and KY rose-colored hair that was spiked up in all directions, similar to Naruto's hair, only spikier and more hair atop his head. He wore a scarf that was detailed with white scales that was given to him by his adoptive father, Igneel. His outfit mainly consisted of a black waistcoat with gold trimmings over his chest with no shirt underneath, short white trousers that went down to his knees, a wide black wristband on his left wrist and sandals along with his trademark scarf. What was unusual, however, was the red jacket he currently wore that covered his arms. Sir, are you all right? The N conductor asked Natsu, who was currently sweating heavily whilst holding his stomach to stop from throwing up due to traveling. Natsu groaned, tilting his head to the side. Happy, his blue flying cat said with an overly cheerful voice considering the scene. This happens all the time, he said with a little wave of its paw. Impossible, Natsu wheezed out as he clambered to the window above him. I will never ride a train, ever again. He paused as his cheeks bulged, feeling sick just from the thought of a train, and quickly leaned out the window. Happy, though, was looking away with wide excited eyes. If the info we got is correct, Salamander should be in this town. Let's go. He pumped his paw and began walking off the train, unaware of Natsu's condition. Let me rest for a little while, Natsu begged, wheezing. Okay, Happy said, now looking up at him from outside the train. Natsu looked down at the blue cat in shock and horror as the train began to pull away. It departed already, Happy mumbled as Natsu screamed from the now moving train. Magic shop. This was Lucy Heartfilia, a celestial spirit mage. Lucy exclaimed, leaning over the counter and looking at the shop clerk with disbelief. There's only one magic store in this town. And this is all you have? She asked with a face of displeasure. The shop clerk scratched the back of his head, nervous at the blonde's look. Yes, this town is more prosperous in fishing than magic to begin with, he answered. Only less than 10% of the townsmen can use magic, so this store is mainly targeting traveling mages. Lucy sighed at that. I think I've wasted my time, she said dejectedly. The shop clerk waved his hands in a sort of panic before clasping them and looking at Lucy with a smile. Least don't say that and have a look around. We have some new items, too, he practically pleaded. From under the counter, he pulled out a rectangular object with a glowing light on it. This colors magic is probably the most familiar one among girls. Depending on your daily mood. He pressed a button on it and his blue clothes became dark red. You can change the color of your outfit. I already have it. Lucy cut him off whilst picking a tube of sorts up. With a shrug, she put it down and began to look around with her hands clasped behind her back. I'm looking for the keys of the celestial gates. Strong ones, she informed him. Gates, that's something uncommon, the clerk replied, digging into a spot under the counter. He crowed in victory before placing a small display case, which held a key placed on some sort of cushion, on the counter surface. White doggy, he proclaimed as Lucy looked down at the silver key. That's not strong at all, she mumbled to herself before perking up with a large smile. It's okay, I've been looking for it. She clasped her hands together in glee at hopefully having the key soon. How much is it? She asked with a sparkling eye. 20,000 jewels, the shopkeep answered with a greedy gleam. Lucy twitched at that before putting on a seductive smile. I wonder how much it is, she said with a suggestive look. He wasn't buying it at all. I said 20,000 jewels, he answered with a raised eyebrow. The shop clerk just tilted his head, apparently unfazed by the marred bust being pressed together and threatening to pop out of the unzipped top. 19,000 joules, he answered, eventually causing Lucy to narrow her eyes. As Naruto walked further into the shop, he almost did a double take at seeing the blonde young woman stood there looking at him in a daze. Is that Layla? No, she looks too young, but the resemblance is remarkable. I wonder if she's Layla's. His trail of thought ended as he reached the Center and slammed his hands down on it with a grin. Oi, old man, you have what I ordered? He asked the clerk. Why yes. The clerk stuttered in front of the taller, bigger and much stronger imposing man. I'll just go get it. With that said, he almost ran to the back. Meanwhile, Naruto was discreetly checking out the younger woman's appearance with a critical eye, more precisely the gold and silver keys dangling from her belt and the one on the counter. So, you're a celestial spirit mage, huh? He asked, snapping her out of her stupor but not making her eyes any less wide. Lucy gulped at the taller man. Whether it was out of awe, fear or her teenage hormones making her feel and think many things, she didn't know, but the most important fact was, he had spoken to her. Why yeah, I've been collecting the other keys, Uzumaki-sama. She bowed out of simple courtesy since he was such a famous person, though she found it a little awkward especially when he looked at her in amusement. Please, just call me Naruto. Naruto said with a grin, still in slight awe at the remarkable and practically identical appearance to Layla. Normally I'd used my Henshin Maho transformatio and magic to hide my appearance in towns like these to hide who I really am. I never realized just how famous I've became. He said, mostly to himself and not noticing Lucy's deadpan expression at the last bit. Anyway, good luck on finding the rest of the keys, it's quite a challenge you've got ahead of you. Lucy nodded, still in a bit of a trance. Why yeah, Naruto-san, why you're a member of Fairy. Here we go. Lucy was cut off from her potential question and almost getting her dream as the shop clerk appeared with a long box. Placing it on the counter, the clerk ignored Lucy's glare for his interruption and went on untying the box to open it, revealing a beautiful sword. It looked like a normal katana with the exception of the guard, which was in the shape of an 8-pointed bronze-colored star. Its hilt was light blue and sheath dark blue with a crescent-shaped blade attached to its hilt by a long metal chain. I don't know why you asked for this since you already have so many, Naruto-sama. The shopkeeper shook his head. Naruto chuckled and smiled at Lucy for the interruption, knowing somewhat where she was going since he was stood in such a position that she could see his fairy tale insignia on his arm. With a look of hunger that usually only appeared when it involved food, Erza, and obviously swords that he had begun to love ever since learning how to use requip. It's not the amount of swords you have, old man. Each sword always has some meaning, a history behind them, and each one always has a special place in a person's heart for various reasons. I may have many swords at my disposal, but each one has a special place in my heart, either from how I got it, or if it was a gift from someone special to me, to someone who has such a fascination with swords. You could say they are a part of our soul. He smiled as he picked the one in the box up with careful hands, making sure to not damage it. I'm sure this one will be just like the others, and find some place in my heart. Lucy's eyes turned to hearts and her heart began to beat fast at such a passionate speech, and all about swords. But in a way, the way he spoke about them with such passion sounded like how she would talk about her keys. It didn't help that hearing such a speech from such a handsome man, since it only made her practically drool at him. You said it was created just how I wanted. Does that include all of its special abilities? Naruto asked the clerk. Yes, everything you wanted, it has. The clerk said with a nod. Good. Naruto nodded, looking down at the sword in his hands. Another special sword, just like Ryujin Jaka. Considering what you can do, if what I actually wanted is in fact what you can now do, I think I should call you Hirinmaru. He declared to himself. With this, I now have 4 powerful and unique sword, Tsukuyomi, Ryujin Jaka, Hirinmaru, and my final one, Senbon Sakura. With a grin, a magical circle flashed to life around the sword and both blinked out of existence a moment later with a flash. Thanks, old man, it'll come in handy later on. He put his hand into his pocket and pulled out a large roll of money. Here you go, thank whoever made this for me. He chucked the large roll at the clerk, who went wide-eyed at such an amount. Turning around, he began to walk away with Lucy's eyes following him, still in awe of him. Oh, by the way, Naruto looked over at the clerk. That key on the counter, put it on my tab. With a small wave, he left. Lucy stared after him with a confused look before looking at the sea. Clerk, who was practically stroking the many notes of money. About the key, she trailed, unsure whether or not Naruto was being serious. Yes, he paid for it, just take it. The shop clerk waved his hand at her dismissively. Too engrossed in counting his money. Damn, where the hell did he go? She muttered to herself as she began walking along the street. I mean, how could a tall hot guy, dressed in white with bright blonde and bright blue eyes, suddenly vanish? She chose to ignore the weird stares she received as she carried on mumbling to herself about hot blondes. Kya, Lucy jumped, startled at the sudden squeal, and looked down at a separate street where she could see several young women, just older than her, squealing and running to a crowd of women. A famous mage Sama is in town. A young woman shouted, running past Lucy, freaking her out as she had to dodge more women from running into her. It's Salamander Sama, another squealed in pure joy, showing their fangirlish tendencies. Lucy frowned as she watched them go with a perplexed look. Salamander, she asked thin air, before turning fangirlish herself. Why, you mean the mage who controls the magic of fire that can't be bought in stores? He's in town, she squealed, clapping her hands together. Cool, he's popular. I wonder if he looks cool. He murmured to herself with a grin before jogging up to the squealing commotion down the street. A street close by. I ended up riding the train twice. Natsu grumbled, in a slouch, walking along the street with Happy walking beside him with a smile. You're so bad with transportation. Happy chirped with a grin before he grabbed his small stomach. And I'm hungry, we don't have any money. He whined, pitifully. Natsu ignored that though and focused on their goal. Hey, Happy, they probably meant Igneel when they said salamander, right? He asked, a tad hopeful, though he was still moping from having to experience 2 train journeys. Yup, Happy nodded with a grin. I can only think of Igneel when I hear Dragon of Fire. That's what I thought too. He agreed with wide eyes of innocence. Natsu cheered as he pumped zero-ed both fist into the air. I finally found him. I feel a little better now. He grinned. Happy agreed as they came upon the scene of a crowd of women squealing, Salamander Sama. Speak of the devil, Natsu shouted with a wide grin. Happy exclaimed as they began running to the commotion. At the same time, Lucy was staring at the reason of so many squeals and love-struck women. Wah, she stammered, staring at the man in front of her with eyes and a hand to her heart. The man, Salamander, was a relatively tall man with blue hair and black eyes. He wore a purple cape with a gold trim and lavender designs. His shirt was white with a magenta trimming and his pants were maroon. He had a tattoo above his right eye. Why is my heart beating so fast? She thought in a trance. Wait, what happened to me? She asked herself in confusion. Unable to look away. I'm had. Salamander said with a small smile. I can't walk like this. He turned to look in Lucy's direction with a charming smile. Igneel. A shout echoed through the crowd. Igneel. Lucy though ignored the shout and reached a hand out, still in a trance. Maybe. She stopped in her tracks though as a rose-haired call. Our teen pushed through the crows of woman and dropped to the floor with a large smile. She questioned, wondering why the sudden feelings vanished. Igneel. Natsu shouted, but paused as he looked at the man with a tilt of his head after getting a good look at him. Who are you? Natsu asked with a look of confusion. Salamander looked taken aback for a moment before putting his charming smile on and cupping his chin with a hand to perform a pose. Maybe you know me as Salamander. However, he realized something was wrong as he looked at where Natsu once stood. Snapping his head down the street, he went bug-eyed as he saw Natsu and his cat companion walking off without a care in the world. Gone already, he shouted in shock. Meanwhile, Lucy was looking at Salamander with suspicion. And now she found herself capable of rationalized thoughts. What was that? If I became like that when I saw him because he was famous, wouldn't the same have happened with Naruto-san? She asked herself in confusion. Before Natsu could make it away, he found himself on the ground with woman beating him and yelling. Hey, you are rude. She's right. Salamander-sama is a great mage. Apologize to him. All the time Natsu lay on the ground, shocked as hell. What the hell is this? He thought as he felt himself get pummeled by these crazy women. Oh my god, is this what Erza does to Naruto? He thought in more horror. Too innocent for his own good. That's enough, girls. Salamander called out, placating the women in an instant. He didn't really mean it, either. He said, walking over to the downed Natsu as the teen began to pick himself off the ground. You're so kind. The women swooned whilst Lucy narrowed her eyes at the women's love-stricken looks and adoration for Salamander. Cuckoo. Salamander snickered to himself as he wrote on a piece of paper. I'll give you my signature. You can show it off to your friends, he said, holding it out to Naruto whilst the women around them made sounds of awe and jealousy. Natsu frowned at that and just looked at him with a deadpan expression. I don't want it, he stated. The statement though rewarded him with a kick to the face from a random woman, sending him sprawling down the street. What did I do to deserve this? Natsu whined mentally. What are you? Get lost. The women shouted as Happy hopped Natsu's side with a small frown. It wasn't him, he said with a sad tone. Salamander ignored Natsu and turned to his faithful women with a charming smile. Thank you for your enthusiastic welcome, but I have some errands to run at the port, so please excuse me. He held his hand out and a flicker of purple flames came to life. Red carpet, Salamander exclaimed as his fire turned into the shape of a flexible purple carpet. With a short jump he landed on the tip of the flame as it rose up, so he looked down on everyone. I'm having a part tonight on my ship. Please come, he called out as his fire whisked him away, causing hearts to appear in the women's eyes at the display. Of course, Salamander-sama, what is he? Natsu grumbled from where he sat on the ground with a disgruntled look. He is really disgusting. Natsu looked back to see Lucy stood behind him with a scowl in Salamander's direction. That scowl though turned to a big smile as she looked down at Natsu and Happy. Thanks for earlier, she grinned, giving him a little wave. Huh? Natsu asked with a raised eyebrow and perplexed look. Let me buy you some lunch, Lucy exclaimed with a grin, making Natsu and Happy's eyes to widen at the offer. Why? They nodded vigorously to with hungry looks and drool leaving their mouths. With another grin, Lucy grabbed Natsu and Happy and began pulling them along. On a rooftop nearby, Naruto smiled down at the scene with amusement. Well, isn't this interesting? You're just like your mother. His eyes locked onto Lucy's back as she dragged the two away. Lucy Heartfilia. He frowned suddenly as his mind wandered. If you're here, Lucy, then where is your mother? With a shrug, he leapt down from the building, deciding to interrupt their meal. The sooner this fake salamander is sorted out, the sooner we can get back to the guild restaurant. Lucy stared in awed disgust as Natsu shoved food down his throat like she'd never seen before. You're Ana's Berzon. You're a nice person, Natsu said through mouthfuls of food and drink. YHUP. Happy agreed, hugging a fist to his small body while chewing on it. Lucy waved her hands in front of her. Whether to calm him down or knocked bits of food away was anyone's guess. Ha, you are Natsu and Happy, right? She asked with beads of sweat rolling down her face, embarrassed slightly. I understand you, so just eat slowly, she almost pleaded, or things will keep splashing all over the place. She sighed as Natsu barely slowed down. That salamander guy was using magic called charm. It's a magic that attracts other people's hearts to the caster and was already banned several years, but trying to get girls' attention by using such magic, how disgusting. Lucy shook her head at the pitiful mage. She beamed at the two in front of her though, thanks to you guys jumping in, charm on me more off. She thanked. Natsu mumbled, biting into a large chicken leg. I may look like this, but I'm a mage too, Lucy proclaimed proudly. Ooh, Natsu murmured between drinking. I'm not a member of any guild yet, though, she said with a sheepish laugh before blinking, believing Natsu didn't know what a guild was. Ah, A guild is an association for mage and it will mandate jobs and information to mages. Mages won't be considered full-fledged until they work for a guild. She frowned for a moment before breaking out into a large smile. But, there are many guilds all over the world and it's pretty hard to get into the guilds that are popular. She clasped her hands and gained a dreamy smile. Many gray mages will gather at the one I want to get into. Ah, what should I do? I want to get in, but I bet it'll be hard. She sighed dejectedly. She perked though, feeling hope in her chest. But I'll surely join that guild. I bet I can get many big jobs there. She said with a smile. Fairy tale. The same place Naruto-san is from. I see. Natsu mumbled with his mouth full of food. You talk a lot, Happy stated blunt as always. Lucy rolled her eyes and crossed her legs under the table. By the way, aren't you guys looking for someone? She asked them with a raised eyebrow. Happy nodded with a smile. It's Igneal. Lucy raised an eyebrow at that and tilted her in confusion. I heard that Salamander is coming to this, so we came, but it was the wrong person. Natsu explained with a sigh, biting into a bread roll. This salamander didn't look like a salamander. Happy carried on. I totally believed it was Igneal, too. Natsu grumbled. How could a human look like a salamander? Lucy asked with a perplexed look on her face. He's not a human. Natsu said with a cheek full of bread. Igneal is a real dragon. Quote! Lucy screeched with a gaping mouth and wide eyes, curling up on herself comically. There's no way such a thing would be. In this town, she screeched at the duo that suddenly went wide-eyed and pointed a finger at her as if to say she made a good point. Hey, don't tell me you only just noticed. She exclaimed in disbelief, her eyes bugging out at the guy in front of her. Ha. All three turned at the laugh to see another person sitting in the booth beside Lucy, who blushed and averted eye contact straight away. That's Natsu for you, thinks with his stomach and impulsiveness before his brain. Naruto. Natsu exclaimed with a large grin. Happy exclaimed as if in agreement with something. Why you know each other? Lucy asked, gaining her confidence slightly, which was bordering on the confused. You could say we met just once or twice. Naruto answered before Natsu could, and gave him a pointed look which Natsu seemed to recognize, one that Erza usually used him. Naruto chuckled at the now shaken younger man and turned to a blushing Lucy. It's nice to see you again, Lucy, he greeted with a smile, causing her to look up at him. How do you know my name? Lucy asked with a frown before her eyes went wide. What do you want? She whispered in fear, low enough so that Natsu and Happy couldn't hear, even with enhanced hearing. Naruto frowned at that, wondering why she was shaking slightly. With a smile, he placed a hand on her shoulder to calm her down. I met you over 10 years ago, when you were 7. He told her. Her eyes widened at that, but Naruto carried on whilst Natsu carried on eating. You were with your mother at the time. She was a beautiful woman back then, no one could say otherwise. He smiled in remembrance before carrying on. You're a spitting image of her, he said with a soft smile. Over 10 years ago? She asked with a skeptic look. But you would be what? 10 years old yourself? Naruto chuckled and shook his head. Don't always rely on what your eyes can see, he told her. Yo, you obviously know about me and my second name. The Immortal, Lucy exclaimed wide-eyed. I thought that it was just a name created because you've never lost a battle, she said in shock. Naruto shook his head. Either way, why are you here and not with Layla? He asked, and Lucy realized he was telling the truth if he knew her mother's name. Naruto's only answer was for her to look down, clenching her short skirt with her hands. Naruto's eyes closed as he realized what the silence really meant. I'm sorry. Someone as kind and generous as her should never have deserved such a fate. He spoke with nothing but honesty. Truly sad such a woman was taken from the world. Meanwhile Natsu and Happy both looked away from the two blondes, knowing that even with their usual knack of not understanding situations and such, that the current situation was not one to interrupt, even if they didn't know the blonde woman. Lucy smiled up at him with a tear running down her face. Thank you. She thanked T. Huff. She was curious as hell as to how he had met both her mother and herself and why she couldn't remember. Naruto smiled at her, seeing so much of her mother in her. Well, even if you have run away from home, Layla would be proud of the person you've become, he said, making Lucy blush at the comment. With a grin he stood up and placed a hand on Lucy's shoulder. Don't give up on your dream, you never know, you may still achieve it. Lucy looked up at him in shock for a moment before turned to Natsu. Natsu, I'll see you later. You too happy? Sure Naruto. Natsu waved slight, too focused on his food. Happy called out as Naruto left the restaurant. Lucy stared after him as the door shut. He knew my mom, when I was 7. Just how old is he and how did we meet? Damn, now I want to join Fairy Tail just to get answers. And what did he mean by don't give up on my goal? Arg, I only just met him and he's left me confused. She growled in frustration before standing up and slapping money down on the table. I guess I better get going, but take your time. She smiled at them, turning away. Natsu and Lucy stared open-mouthed as Lucy began to walk away and jumped out their seats to kneel before her, making her blush and go wide-eyed in embracement. Thank you for the meal, Natsu shouted, head bowed so low it almost touched the ground. Thank you, Happy also shouted in the same position. Lucy squeaked and blushed heavily as murmurs rose around the restaurant, making her hug herself self-consciously. Hya, don't do that, she shouted at them in embarrassment. Don't worry, you guys helped me enough as it is. She tried to stop them as she stepped backwards slowly to hopefully escape. So we're even, right? She asked hopefully. I don't feel like I've helped you at all, Natsu admitted with a frown, unseen due to his forehead touching the ground. I don't feel right, Happy agreed with partner. Oh yeah, Natsu exclaimed, shooting up with a large smile. With the large smile still on his face, he pulled out a piece of paper with Salamander's signature on it. I'll give you this, Natsu exclaimed, proud of himself for thinking of it. Lucy though, grew a tick mark. I don't want that, she shouted, slapping the paper away and storming out, face red of embarrassment. Harjan Town Park. Lucy, after deciding she would find Naruto later for some reason she felt he wasn't leaving town yet, decided to sit down on a park bench with her favorite magazine, The Weekly Sorcerer, news for that day. The Weekly Sorcerer magazine was a magazine that detailed all about guilds and their functions. Fairy Tail caused trouble again, she asked herself, flipping the pages of the magazine with a hungry look at wanting to know what her favorite guild have done again. What is it this time? They destroyed the Devon thief family, but also destroyed 7 other houses that belonged to the townspeople, ha 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 ha. She couldn't contain herself as she fell back on the bench laughing her ass off and kicking the side of the bench in hopes of calming down from her hysterical laughing. That's way too much, she shouted out, slowly cooling down. Enough to look back at the magazine and flip the page, breathing heavily. Oh, Mirajan is covering the gravure, Fairy Tail's drawing card, Mirajan. She said in awe. She looked at the picture of Mirajan. Flipping another page, her eyes went wide. Oh my god, she squealed in amazement and shock. Erza Scarlet the Titania and Naruto Uzumaki the Immortal. On the page was something that had never been shown before. A photo shoot of the both of them. In the past, only Naruto had done the odd photo shoot due to demands and such as his popularity rose. They had given Lucy many nights of happy dreams. However, Erza had never once done a photo shoot for unknown reasons, but now, the both of them were in the same photo. As she looked at it though, aside from the awe and shock, she felt one emotion she had rarely felt. Jealousy. To anyone who saw the picture, they would say it was an intimate pose since it looked almost natural for them. Tearing her eyes from the shocking and yet alluring picture, she saw a caption at the bottom. Just what is the relationship between the two S-class mages? She read aloud before sighing, squashing the jealousy within her. They look perfect, she muttered before sitting back up on the bench and hugging the magazine to her chest. I wonder how I can join Fairy Tail. Do I have to learn some strong magic? She asked herself in despair. I wonder if I have to go through interviews. She murmured with a sigh. Or can only people, like Mirajan, Erza and Naruto-san join? She asked herself. Despite those thoughts though, she beamed to herself. Mage Guild Fairy Tail, it's the best, she grinned. I see. You want to join Fairy Tail? Lucy squeaked and jumped in her seat, quickly turning around with a freaked look as she saw a mop of blue hair and D-caped shoulders sticking out of the bush behind the bench. However, once she got a good look at the person's face, she relaxed slightly though kept her guard up. Salamander, she stammered in shock. His usually smug grin grew larger as he began to climb out of it. Oh man, I've been looking all over for you. I really wanted to invite such a beautiful lady like you to our party on the ship, he announced with the same charming smile. Huh? She asked before standing up with a disgusted look on her face. Let me tell you first, your charm won't work on my anymore. The weak point of charm is, understand, as long as the person knows about it, that magic is useless. She told him, grasping her bag to walk off. I knew it, Salamander proclaimed. I knew you were a mage when our eyes met. It's okay. I'll be happy if you just come to the party, he told her, smile still in place. Lucy scoffed at the very suggestion. There's no way I would come to such a nasty guy's party. She declined. Nast, me? Salamander asked, putting on a hurt look and looking offended. I'm talking about charm. Do you want to get popular that much? She asked with disgust. That's only a trial, Salamander said, waving a hand in a dismissive fashion. I just want to be a celebrity during the part. Lucy shook her head in part and began to walk away. You're an idiot. Not even close to being a popular mage. Wait up, Salamander shouted, sounding like he was almost pleading for it. You want to join Fairy Tail, right? Salamander almost cheered when Lucy stopped completely. Seeing Lucy turn her head to him, his smug smile returned as he cupped his chin in a contemplative pose. Have you ever heard of Salamander from Fairy Tail? He asked innocently. I have, Lucy answered with a nod and stars in her eyes. A complete turnaround from a minute ago. You were one of the mages of Fairy Tail, she shouted, her mind coming to the conclusion that he had to be if everything clicked right. Salamander smiled as he jabbed a thumb to his chest. I am. If you want join, I can talk to the master for you, he promised with a grin. Lucy looked up at him for a moment in a daze before hearts appeared in her eyes and she vanished from her spot to appear at Salamander's side. Naruto-san was right. It'll be a wonderful party, won't it? She asked, almost hugging him. Salamander grew a sweat drop at the switch of personality. Why, your personality is easy to understand, huh? He asked with a chuckle. Lucy ignored him though and stared up at him with wide, hopeful eyes. See, can I really join Fairy Tail? She asked loudly. Of course, Salamander assured before holding up a finger. But please don't tell anyone about charm, okay? He requested. Lucy laughed with a high tune and held her hand up. Okay, she exclaimed loudly, like a crazed person. Salamander smiled smugly and gave a nod before turning around to leave as his red carpet formed, allowing him to jump on it. I'll see you at the part then. He waved over his shoulder as he flew off. Roger, sir. Lucy saluted up at the vanishing Salamander before something in her brain clicked and she lost the starry-eye look. Hack, I fell for a pseudo-charm. She shouted in disbelief before giggling and smiling. I can join Fairy Tail. Woo-woo. She frowned though when she thought about Salamander. I guess I'll just have to be friendly with that idiot until I join. Though I could have just asked Naruto, but, oh well, she shrugged with a dreamy smile on her face as she skipped off. The lamppost that had been by the bench suddenly lit up with yellow lights running along it before an explosion of smoke enveloped it. As the smoke cleared a few seconds later, Naruto stood there with a smile on his face. Lucy, what am I going to do with you, huh? He asked thin air, tuning his head to look down the path the girl left down. Layla was right about you. That fake salamander may not be able to get you into Fairy Tail like you wish. But I can. I don't break my promises after all, and I don't ignore a woman's last words to me. He looked up to the blue sky as he recalled the promise. Naruto-san, I have a favor to ask of you. I don't expect you to accept it, but Layla-chan, just ask me. Hey, very well. Lucy-chan is a lot like me, in more ways than just looks. I fear that one day I won't always be there for her and her father. He's become more obsessed with his business than family. Naruto-san, I fear that should such events take place that Lucy-chan will run away from home to follow her dream and nothing will stop her from achieving it. Like I said, she's a lot like me. Layla-chan. Naruto-san, you're a strong man, you saved me and my daughter after all. What I'm really asking is, should you ever meet my daughter in the future? Then please help her reach her dream. I'm asking you as a mother that wants her child to become great and achieve their dreams. Like I said, I understand if you won't accept, but Layla-chan, I wouldn't be a nice guy to deny a request. Hey, while I can't promise I will meet her, I do promise that should I do, I will help her, and also, should something happen to you then, I will protect her. In your memory. Thank you, Naruto-kun. Naruto sighed as he looked back down where Lucy had vanished too. Well, Layla-chan, you were right, she is just like you. Unfortunately, it seems like you was right about her father as well. He sighed as he began to walk to where he would be meeting Natsu and Happy. Meeting you here and now, Lucy, I can't help but feel someone or something is setting up everything like chess pieces. Running his hand through his hair, he looked up and closed his eyes. What reason am I here for, Amaterasu-chan? You said I was her to make a difference, and yet I already failed Listener-chan. I failed Mira-chan because of that as well. I think I can't hide my full powers for much longer, not if the vibe I'm getting lately is correct. Shaking his head of such thoughts, he settled for other thoughts. I was naive back in Konoha. I thought everything would go fine, that once I took Sasuke back, everything would be perfect, but now I know I will do everything in my power to make sure no one else has to die. I just wish I knew if you had survived coming through or not, Sasuke. With a sigh, he placed his hand in his pocket and took out the magazine he took from the bench Lucy had been sat on. Flipping through the pages to a certain page, he smirked. I never thought you would have agreed to this, Erza. You're more confident in these situations than you realized, huh? His lingered on the smirk and perfect body of his girlfriend. I am one lucky bastard. He chuckled before flipping back to the picture of Mirajan and smiled softly, and the just as equal beautiful woman. Was Erza telling the truth about you? Do you really feel that way about me? He asked the picture before shaking his head and snapping it shut. I guess I'll leave that to Erza. She said she'll speak to you. I just fear you two will fight like you used to. He chuckled as he vanished from his spot in a burst of speed. High vantage point of Harjan town that night. I ate a lot, Natsu exclaimed as he walked along a pathway that overlooked the entire town of Harjan that was currently lit up in the night. Happy chirped from ere he walked along the stone railing beside Natsu. The blue cat stopped as he looked in the distance to the sea. Oh yeah, Salamander said he'd have a party on a ship. He pointed to the ship that was currently out at sea. I wonder if that's the one. Natsu immediately collapsed on the stone railing, cheeks bulged and face ashen. I feel sick. He moaned pitifully. Happy stared at him before shaking his head. Don't get motion sickness just by imagining it, he told his lifelong friend. Look, Natsu and Happy looked at the squealing voice to see two young women with dreamy expressions looking out to Salamander's ship. That's the ship, Salamander-sama's ship. I wanted to go to the party, too. Salamander. The other woman asked her friend. You don't know about him? The first woman asked incredulously. He's that great mages that's currently in town. Oi, Natsu. Natsu grinned as he heard the familiar voice and span around to face Naruto, who was walking over to him from the other side. The feeling of being sick gone. Naruto exclaimed, stepping away from the banister. I couldn't do anything in that restaurant, but I can now. With a toothy grin he slammed his fists together. His eyes turned to slits as he took a deep breath and cupped his hands to his mouth at the same time. Karyu no Hoko. Fire dragons roar. With a large exhale, Natsu snapped his head forward, releasing a long line of fire that stretched over the pathway and began to turn into a large fireball, crushing the ground beneath it. Naruto smirked as Natsu spewed a breath of fire at him. It was usually like this with Natsu since the younger man always called him a dragon slayer since he could inhale fire like Natsu himself. Natsu had learnt not to do it in front of Erza though. At that time, Natsu had tried to surprise him not knowing Erza was with him. Erza had initially came to the conclusion that an enemy was attacking Naruto and showing a protective side even I didn't know about. Proceeded to kick the living shit out of Natsu before realizing the poor dragon slayer could defend his actions and his body. Naruto had been forced to watch it all happen in despite. The fact that someone came out of it worse for wear, it had been a beautiful sight watching his love completely cut someone to shreds. As the fire roared closer to him, Naruto opened his mouth and began to inhale the fire like it was nothing. Naruto had to admit though as he was eating the fire, Natsu's fire had always seemed to fill him with energy. Unlike with Natsu needing to eat fire to use fire, Naruto could use the sun's solar rays to power himself up and allowing him to use fire, but if there was no sun then he obviously had to eat fire to his Godslayer magic or use his natural magical energy to use requip. With one last breath, swallowed the last bit of the fire and wiped the corner of his mouth with a toothy grin. You gotta learn your lesson Natsu, he informed the Dragon Slayer. Happy nodded in agreement. Natsu just smirked and crossed his arms. Is that any way to speak to a fellow Dragon Slayer, Naruto? He asked, insinuating he was the same. Naruto shook his head as he began to walk over to Natsu and happy. Not the same Natsu, I'll tell you one day but not yet. He grinned as Natsu frowned in annoyance. Anyway, I'm not here about that, I'm here for other business. Natsu raised an eyebrow at that. I thought you were on a job with Erza, he stated, stuttering at saying her name. Naruto nodded at that and turned to look out at the wide ocean. I had to come here for a sword I requested to be made a while back and Erza had some places she needed to check out before returning to the guild. He told him. Do you know what guild that salamander claims he's from? He glanced back to see Natsu frown. Fairy tale. Fair tale, Natsu asked, confused. Funny, because I don't remember anyone like him in the guild. Naruto commented with a grin. We have an imposter on our hands, and I don't particularly like the fact someone like him is from fairy tale. Natsu narrowed his eyes down at the ship. Happy, get ready. He placed a foot on the railing as Naruto smirked at him. We're going. With a great leap, Natsu flung himself off the railing, high above the town just as Happy sprouted white wings and flew at him, grabbing him by the back and taking off. Naruto smiled as he watched them fly off. The fake salamander has no chance up against the real salamander. With a grin, he placed his own foot on the railing and pushed himself off. He had a potential member to recruit. Salamander's ship. The ship was bustling life and music. Women encompassed most of the ship wearing expensive jewelry, stylish dresses and just looking their best. One thing that should have come off strange was the lack of any males. Away from the party outside, a certain blonde young woman wearing a very fancy and revealing black dress with lit up the right side of the leg showing off her bare skin, sat on a couch in a cabin with salamander seated across from her with a table and 2 glasses in between them. Lucy. Salamander asked with a smirk. That's such a pretty name. Lucy smiled brightly, closing her eyes. Thanks. She held her hands together on her knees. Salamander smiled as he stood up, grabbing a bottle of wine. Let's toast with a glass of wine first, he said, filling her glass up. Don't you have to attend to the other girls? She asked with some hope that the creep would leave for a bit. It's okay, Salamander told her. I just want to spend time with you. With a click of his finger, small orbs of wine floated from the wine glass and began to move over to Lucy with a wave of his hand. Try opening your mouth. Pearls of wine will slowly come in, he uttered with his eyes closed. Lucy turned away with a look of disgust and annoyance. How annoying, she exclaimed in her mind. Turning back around, shish. Slowly opened her mouth but shut her eyes as sweat ran down her head. I just have to be patient. Patience. Patience. Just as the wine was about to enter, she snapped her mouth shut and stood up, lapping the wine away with her hand and splashing it on the table. What are you planning? Lucy demanded of a slightly surprised Salamander. This is a sleeping drug, isn't it? She narrowed her eyes whilst gritting her teeth. Salamander smirked as he lowered his head. Ooh, how did you know? He asked, honestly curious. Lucy scowled as she clenched her fists. Don't misunderstand, I want to Joe. In fairy tale but I have no intentions at all to become you girl. She explained, a look of disgust directed at him. Salamander smirked cruelly, a different look to before. You're a bad girl, he uttered, lifting his head slightly. If you just were to sleep peacefully, you wouldn't have to get hurt. Lucy asked with a perplexed look. She was suddenly grabbed by the arm, spreading them out and leaving her defenseless. She looked around in panic to see two large, burly men holding her arms. Ooh, good job Salamander-san. One of them said with a leer that nearly made her throw up, since the man was the definition of ugly. We haven't had such a pretty one for a while. The other guy holding her right arm grunted out, making Lucy cringe. What's going on? She shouted in some fear as she saw more rough-looking men behind her. Who are you? All the men behind her began to look at her with lecherous grins that made her skin crawl. Salamander grasped her chin, forcing her to look at him and see his cruel grin and malicious eyes. Welcome to our slave ship. I must ask you to remain silent until we get to Bosco, lady. He told her. Lucy shouted in fear and panic, her eyes wild and confused. Wah, Bosco, hey, what happened to Fairy Tail? She shouted, trying to tug herself loose. Salamander laughed. I told you it's a slave ship. I brought you as merchandise from the beginning. Just give up, he told her as the two brutes holding her arms began to fold them behind her back, pushing her upper body forward slightly, in doing so making her backside more pronounced to the others' brutes' glee as they leered at her. Hee hee. One of them grinned, licking his lips at the very nice and firm backside. You thought this out well, Salamander-san. When girls are influenced by charm, they will fawn to become our merchandise. Another brute who was also leering, sniggered to himself whilst rubbing his hands together in excitement. It seems that charm won't work on this lady. So we'll just have to train her a little. He sniggered to himself. Lucy looked down horrified at their words, wondering just what the hell she had gotten herself into. And no, this can't be. What is he? She asked herself, tears at the edge of her eyes. How can someone do something like this? She froze as she felt a hand grasps the area around her hip, touching her bare skin with their fingers. She almost sighed in relief when she felt the hand pulling away, until she realized she was missing the weight of her keys that had been hooked on a band. She looked up to see Salamander dangling her keys on his finger with a smug smile. The keys of the gates, huh? I see, you are a celestial spirit mage. He deduced. Celestial spirit? One of Salamander's crew asked with a confused look. What is that? We have absolutely no clue about magic. Well, don't worry about it. Only contracted mages can use this magic. Lucy watched in horror as her keys were flung out of the window, meaning, it's useless for me. As soon as he finished, Lucy could hear a splash outside, indicating her keys had landed in the water. Tears began to slowly leak out of her eyes as she gritted her teeth. So this is a mage of Fairy Tail. She shook her head though as she thought of Naruto and him bearing the Fairy Tail mark. He was nothing like this man. Suddenly, Salamander had a metal rod with a thick metal insignia on the end with steam coming off it and a red edge to hint at the heat of it. Let me brand you a slave first. It'll be hot, but please bear with it. He smirked evilly, ready to receive a beautiful new slave. Lucy grit her teeth as tears rolled down her face, dripping from her chin. Abusing magic, cheating on people, and performing slavery. She looked Salamander in the eye with all the anger and disgust she could. You are the worst mage ever, she shouted. Salamander smirked, unfazed by her comment, and stepped forward to brand her, but before he could, the ling exploded as a shaded figure crashed through, sending wood and dust everywhere whilst getting everyone's attention as the figure landed on the ground, shrouded in smoke. As the smoke began clearing, Salamander's eyes went wide in shock. The brat from earlier. He shouted in shock. Natsu. Lucy cried in shock, wiping her eyes of her tears. Natsu looked fearsome for a moment as he stared down Salamander before he collapsed against a wall. No, I can't take it, he whimpered with dazed eyes. Lucy screamed, her jaw dropping to the floor at the pitiful display of him whimpering against the wall. That's lame. What's going on? Salamander asked, confused himself, glancing up at the hole in his ceiling to see the night sky. Why would a brat fall from the sky? He asked himself, confused. And he's already got motion sickness. One of his crew deadpanned at the shaking figure. Lucy, what are you doing? Lucy looked up to see Happy flying in through the hole. Happy, Lucy cried out in amazement. I was fooled. He told me he'd let me join Fairy Tail, and she trailed off when she noticed the wings on the cat's back. Wait, did you have wings before? We'll talk about that later. Happy exclaimed, swooping down to her and grabbing her by the back of her dress tied around her neck. Let's get out of here, he shouted, flying back up with an odd Lucy in tow. Whoa, Lucy exclaimed before noticing Natsu still huddled but dragging himself up slightly. Wait, what are you going to do about Natsu? I can't carry two people at once. Happy answered simply. Oh dear, Lucy muttered with doe-like eyes as she saw Salamander hold his hand up with fire slowly encircling it. I won't let you get away. Salamander shouted at them. Prominence Typhoon. The SW, hurling fire around hand exploded in a blast of spiraling fire at Happy and Lucy. Fortunately for Happy, he just made it out of the hole, smacking Lucy against a board in the process though, just as a blast of fire exploded out of the hole into the night sky. Oops, Happy winced as he heard Lucy's head connect with a board but continued flying nonetheless. Salamander turned to his men with an angry expression. Don't let that woman get away. It'll be a problem if she reports to the council members. He ordered with force. Yes, sir, they all shouted, running out of the door and pulling out guns, aiming at the flying cat and taking fire. Whoa, Happy swerved slightly as bullets flew past them. Guns. Hya, Lucy screamed, trying to cover herself and avoid getting hit. Lucy, listen, Happy called down. What is it at a time like this? She shouted back up, sounding exasperated. My transformation effect has worn off, Happy stated simply as his wings vanished and they both fell into the wide ocean. Shitty cat, Lucy screamed as she hit the water. Did we get her? One of the shooters asked with raised eyebrows, looking down into the part of the ocean where Lucy and Happy struck. As Lucy began to slowly sink lower into the ocean, she was stuck in her thoughts. Is that what Fairy Tail is like? I don't know what to think anymore. No, I have to rescue those other girls first. Gaining her footing so to speak within the water, she began to search for her keys. It didn't take long as she found them hooked onto a rock. There you go, I'm glad it's stuck on a shallow place, she thought, swimming faster to her keys and picking them up. Back on the ship, Natsu was slowly pulling himself up the wall. Right, he rasped out. Huh, Salamander raised an eyebrow, turning back to the sick-looking mage. Tail, you, Natsu growled, narrowing his eyes and grinding his teeth together. Outside, Lucy managed to swim upwards and out of the water. Fa, she gasped, taking a deep breath of fresh air while absently taking notice how her dress was now clinging to her skin in more than revealing ways. Here I come, she exclaimed, holding out a golden key that looked like a small vase of sorts with the letter U printed on it in fancy writing, twice on each side of a white background at the handle of the key. With a thrust, she slammed the key into the ocean. Opened the gate of the water bearer. Aquarius. An explosion of water emanated from where she stabbed the key, which soon revealed the intended spirit in all its glory. I'm a celestial spirit mage, Lucy said with pride. I can use the keys of the gates to summon celestial spirits from another world. Lucy turned to her summoned spirit and pointed at the ship. Now, Aquarius, use your power to send that ship back to the coast. Aquarius turned barely opened eyes to Lucy. TCH. She made the distasteful noise before looking away slightly as if uncaring. Lucy grew several tick marks. Did you just say, TCH? Huh, she shouted at the water spirit. Don't be so picky about something like that, Happy exclaimed at Lucy. You are such a noisy kid. Aquarius muttered with annoyance. Let me tell you one thing. If you drop the keys again, I will kill you, she threatened with a glare. Lucy smiled shakily at her spirit and nodded quickly. I'm sorry, she exclaimed with wide eyes. Aquarius seemed to accept that as water gathered in her urn from all around her. Pulling it back as energy exploded out of her, she slashed downwards. ORAAH! She screamed, sending all the collected water and even more crashing into the ship. And Lucy and Happy at the same time, waves upon waves rushing along. "Don't flush me as well," Lucy screamed as the rushing water blew her along as well. The rapid water waves struck the ship, immediately blowing it away with its great force and sending it and its crew into the port, where the ship skidded along the docks, ripping the ground apart as the civilians of the town ran from it. "Wah, what is it?" one shouted in shock. A ship stormed into the port. On the ship itself, Salamander braced himself against a column, breathing heavily. "What's going on?" he questioned, looking around at his wrecked ship. It stopped. Salamander and his crew looked at the source of the voice to see Natsu picking himself up off the ground. The rocking stopped. He looked at the crew and Salamander with a toothy grin. Outside, Lucy had wound up on the ship's deck, holding onto a railing. At the moment, she was glaring at her summon. "What were you thinking? How could you flush em along, too?" she shouted. Aquarius palmed her face in frustration. "My bad. I flushed the ship as well," she grumbled. Lucy did a double take at that. "Were you aiming at me?" she screeched. Aquarius didn't answer and just stared at her. "Don't call me for a while. I'm going on a trip for a week with my boyfriend," she informed Lucy before smirking and looking almost mocking. "With my boyfriend. No need to repeat that," Lucy shouted in anger. Aquarius was about to leave before Lucy grabbed her suddenly, getting a frown from the spirit. "Wait, I need to ask you something." Lucy's face turned serious, getting a raised eyebrow from Aquarius. "You was my mom's spirit before she, so, did you ever meet someone called Naruto Uzumaki?" "He said he knew my mom. I want to know how." Aquarius stared at her for a moment, but Lucy could see surprise in her eyes. "Naruto Uzumaki, huh? He saved you and your mother many years ago when I could not. That is all I know." With that, Aquarius faded away to return to her world. Lucy stared at the empty gap for a moment. "He saved us." She shook her head, vowing to think about it later before grinding her teeth at her spirit's actions. "She's so selfish," she spat out. "You don't really get along, huh?" Happy pointed out with an oblivious look. "But I did it," Lucy proclaimed, looking down at the port where people were gathering. "Oh, NCE, the military personnel hear about it and arrive at the scene. All the other girls will be safe, too." She clapped her hands together with a big smile. "I'm so nice." Happy wasn't listening and had already turned back in a jog. We forgot Natsu inside," he called back, running to Natsu. In the cabin that Natsu, Salamander and the man's crew currently was, Natsu was now stood up but taking deep breaths. Suddenly the door slammed open, revealing Lucy. "Natsu, are you okay?" She trailed off when she noticed Natsu's completely serious gaze directed at Salamander. "Brat, you shouldn't get on other people's ship without permission." Salamander said, scratching the side of his face without a care in the world. Natsu didn't say anything except beginning take 2. "Take his coat off." Salamander turned to the two large brutes that had been holding Lucy earlier. "Hey, throw him out, quick," he ordered. "Yes, sir." "Oh no, 1-inch," Lucy exclaimed, reaching for her keys. "Leave it up to." "Don't worry," Happy interrupted her. "I forgot to tell you, but Natsu is a mage, too." Lucy exclaimed in shock. Natsu took out an arm from his coat sleeve and threw it away, leaving him in a sleeveless waistcoat. "Are you from Fairy Tail?" Natsu asked Salamander as the two brutes charged at him. "What about it?" Salamander asked with a cocky smirk. Naruto kept his eye narrowed. "Let me take a good look of your face," he stated, looking at him sharply until the two brutes got close enough for Natsu to simply smack them away with a slap, sending them careering into a wall of the ship and through it. "I'm Natsu from Fairy Tail. I've never seen you before," he declared. "Wah!" Salamander shouted in shock and horror. Lucy asked in shock also. "So, he and Naruto-san are both Fairy Tail?" "Yup," she shrieked at the unexpected voice and span around at the doorway to see Naruto stood there looking in at the soon-to-be battle. "Naruto-san, what are you doing here?" she asked after calming her racing heart. Naruto chuckled and nodded towards the serious Natsu. To see Natsu kick this fake's ass. He grinned as stepped forward slight, going unnoticed by the other occupants of the room. "Watch Lucy. This is a true Fairy Tail mage," he said, placing a hand on her shoulder. Lucy looked at him with a confused look when he put his hand on her shoulder but turned back to the soon-to-be fight. "Wah! That mark!" one of the brutes exclaimed, seeing Natsu's fairy tail brand at the top of his right arm, just below his shoulder. "He's real, Bora-san," another shouted to the former salamander. "Idiot, don't call me by that name," the now correctly named Bora shouted. Bora of prominence. He was banished from a mage guild called Titan Nose several years ago. Happy said, now on Naruto's left shoulder, closer to Lucy. "I've heard about him. He committed several thefts using magic and got banished." Lucy remembered and looked at Bora with a look of disgust, something that was becoming common. Naruto nodded at what they said. "He's nothing but scum," he practically spat, surprising Lucy, who looked up at him. "People like him deserve to rot in a cell or worse. If you want to be part of a guild, Lucy, then these are kind of people you will meet." He paused to look down at her with a stern look. "Are you sure you're ready for that?" Lucy looked at him for a moment, wondering what he was getting at before deciding to answer with the truth. "If I don't become part of a guild, then I won't be able to help anybody and take down the bad guys," she told him, face set in stone. Naruto looked at her for a few moments before smiling and nodding. "Well said, Lucy," he said with a chuckle, getting a relieved sigh from her. "Layla, you was right about her. She will follow her dream no matter what. That settles it then." Natsu, having heard what they had said, grit his teeth as his pupils contracted in anger. "I don't care if you're a bastard or a good person, but I can't forgive you for using our name." Bora laughed as he built up purple flames in his hand. "Whatever, you're just an annoying brat." With a thrust of his hand, he sent out a large blast of fire with a skull's face. Red Skull. The blast of fire struck Natsu, pushing him back slightly and overcoming him. "Natsu!" Lucy shouted and made to run, but Naruto's firm grip on her shoulder stopped her. "Just watch, he told her calmly, getting a frown for her. "HMPH. Bora laughed, about to turn around when he heard coughing from the fire. "Awful." Natsu's voice came from the shower of fire. Everyone, except Naruto and Happy, looked on in shock as they saw the shady figure of Natsu eating the fire like food. "What is it? Are you really a fire mage? I've never tasted such awful fire before." Both Bora and Lucy screamed in incredulousness as they now saw Natsu clearly munching on the fire with his hands. "Phew." Natsu exhaled a breath of air, wiping the side of his mouth with a grin. "Thank you for the meal." "Wah wah wah. What is he?" Bora stammered, unable to put into words what he had just seen. "Fire," a crew member yelled. "Did he just eat fire?" "Fire won't work on Natsu," Happy stated clearly from his perch. "I've never seen such magic," Lucy exclaimed. "Now that I've eaten." Natsu trailed off as he bent his knees and held his arms out at the 5 o'clock and 7 o'clock position, head bow. As energy began to build up around him. "I can feel my power. Here I come," he roared, snapping his head up as he began to breathe in any residue fire and gathering his own. "Can he be 10F?" the crew mumbled before snapping his head to Bora. "Bora-san, I think I've seen him before." "Huh," Bora shouted, looking fearful at the large gathering of power. As Natsu began to cup his mouth with his hands, the same man answered Bora. "Rosy hair and scales like scarf, no doubt. He's the real Natsu," now cupping his mouth with hands, breathed out a large line of fire. "Salamander. Karyu no Hoko. Fire dragons roar," Natsu yelled, as the line of fire completely overwhelmed everyone, destroying everything and blowing everyone away in a maelstrom of fire. "He's Salamander." Lucy breathed, head in awe, making Naruto chuckle from beside her at her odd and speechless expression. Natsu vanished from his spot and appeared above Bora, his flaming fist inches from the man's face as he looked up. "Remember it well. This is Fairy Tail's mage," he exclaimed as his fist connected with Bora's face, smashing him into the wood floor, which he bounced off a couple of times, smoke wafting from his charred body. "Eating fire and punching with fire, is it really magic?" Lucy asked with awe. "Dragon's lungs spew flames, its scales melt flames, and its nails are dressed with flames. This is an ancient spell that converts the body of a dragon's constitution. It's originally a dragon interception magic," Happy explained for Lucy. "I see." Lucy responded with a dumbfounded look. Dragon Slayer. Naruto carried on. Igneel taught Natsu this. He watched as Natsu followed his attack up with a flaming kick to Bora's face, sending him flying off the ship and destroying the portion he had been stood on. It's a rare form of magic that is known as lost magic. Lucy turned to Naruto and happy with a perplexed look. It's weird that a dragon taught someone a dragon interception magic, isn't it? She asked. But you don't doubt it at all, huh? Happy asked, pointing at Lucy with a large smile and wide eyes. Dragon Slayer. Lucy looked up to see Natsu with flames around his fist and coming down at Bora. Amazing, amazing, but you're overdoing it, she yelled as Natsu's fist slammed into Bora, and destroyed a section of the ship instantly from the destructive force, sending Bora down to the port. Naruto chuckled and brushed sawdust from his hair. This is fairy tale Lucy, rules and laws are there for us to break. He grinned as they heard shouts from the port. Gee, the port is all messed up. Happy chirped. Don't give me an eye. Lucy shouted at the blue cat. Ugh. Bora groaned from where he had landed on the port after being thrown by Natsu's destructive attack. With a growl, he pushed himself up from the ground. I won't give up here, he shouted, standing up hastily with fire swirling around his fist. Prominence whip, swinging his arm, and Natsu, fiery whips shot at the Dragon Slayer. Natsu frowned from where he stood on the ship, looking down at Bora on the port. Seeing the whips coming at him, he held out his left arm, letting the whips wrap around him harmlessly. If this is all you got, then take what I've got. Tugging on the whips, he yanked the almost beaten to death Bora at him and held his right hand out, which exploded with fire. Karyu no Tekken. Fire Dragon's iron fist, he roared as Bora's bloody and beaten face came into view, and with a mighty swing, his fist slammed into the man's face, creating an explosion, sending Bora rocketing away from the ship and port, crashing through several buildings nearby, causing them to collapse on themselves. Naruto grinned as he and Lucy, with Happy still on his shoulder, walked over to Natsu. You did good, Natsu, but I think we should get the hell out of here while we can, he told him seriously. Huh? Natsu asked, looking back at Naruto. What's all this ruckus? A shout rang through the port. Hey, all turned to see a battalion of soldiers charging towards them. They didn't look happy. The military, Lucy exclaimed in shock. Before Lucy could do anything else, she was suddenly yanked down the street to exit the town. Crap, let's run, Natsu yelled, being the one to have grabbed Lucy as soon as he saw the battalion after them. Why me? Lucy cried out. Naruto, running alongside them, smirked as he looked at the flailing Lucy. You wanted to join Fairy Tail, right? Lucy looked at him with wide eyes and then at Natsu, who grinned back at her. She gave a small nod and Naruto chuckled. Then come with us. Just those words brought a large smile to her face. Okay, she shouted in glee. Naruto grinned and gave a nod to Natsu, who responded in kind before they shot off, too fast for the military to even hope to catch up. Well, Layla, she did it. Now it's all up to her to become more powerful. But, I'll keep my promise, I will protect her, he vowed once more as he gave a lingering look at Lucy, who was positively glowing. Those idiots of Fairy Tail have gone and done it again, a council member roared, slamming a newspaper on the table they were now seated around, instead of stood on a large rotating magic circle. They destroyed half the port. Can you believe that? I won't be surprised if a town disappears one day. Don't jinx it. Another, more calmer voice, spoke up and almost sounded fearful. I feel like they really might do that. Anyway, I reported to the government that they did it to arrest the criminal Bora. The same one that slammed the newspaper down said. Oh geez, I like those idiots, though, Seagrain said with a chuckle, leaning on the table in a carefree manner as opposed to the rest of the council. You just shut up, a council member called Org shouted. He was a true hater of Fairy Tail for their supposed idiocy. It's true that they're a bunch of idiots, but it's also true that they have a lot of skillful mages. That's why we're quite at a loss as to what to do. Indeed, a tricky subject. Just leave them be, Seagrain said absently whilst putting his feet on the table and leaning back with his eyes closed. What, if you have idiots like that, this world wouldn't be fun, Seagrain explained with a chuckle. I agree with Seagrain-sama, Ultir added with the same serene smile. Ultir, Ultir just smiled as she was once more playing with her crystal ball. Fairy Tail is a very interesting guild. How can you not be curious in wanting to know just what they will do next? She asked with a giggle. Or rather, I'm Person ally interested in what Naruto-kun will do in the future. She thought to herself. Magnolia Town Fairy Tail. Wah! Lucy breathed in awe, staring up at the massive building with the large board. With Fairy Tail on it at the top of the front door. It's huge, she exclaimed, wide-eyed of excitement and open-mouthed. For as long as she could remember she had wanted to join Fairy Tail, and now that she was stood right in front of the doors, Natsu and Naruto on either side of her, it felt like her heart was about to burst from her chest out of sheer joy. Naruto grinned from beside her at her excited and joyful expression. Welcome to Fairy Tail, Lucy. He clasped her shoulder, getting her to look up at him with the same expression. Come on, you two, Natsu shouted back as he and Happy ran up to the doors. Eager to see everyone again. Naruto nodded at him as he and Lucy walked up to the doors just as Happy and Natsu opened them. Stepping inside the guild, Naruto took notice that the place was as busy as ever, with waitresses hurrying around to quickly serve their customers. Various mages that he recognized sat around in their own groups, drinking, laughing and simply enjoying each other's company. Once we see the old man, we'll get you signed up and make you an official Fairy Tail mage. Naruto told Lucy as she nodded absent-mindedly while looking around the inside in awe. Mira-chan. 3 beer this way, please. A mage with a strange hat called out. Mirajan, who was wears a maroon dress with pink trimmings that revealed her ample cleavage, a blue teardrop-shaped necklace, and a white flower bracelet. Turned to the voice with a smile on her face. Coming right up, she called back cheerfully. Mira-chan. A mage named Wakaba called out with a pipe in his mouth, a hair that stretched past his forehead like a bread roll. Yes, what is it? She asked, turning to face him as he took the pipe out of his mouth and blew puffs of smoke out in the shape of hearts. Let's go on a date next time, he declared, holding his hands held out and eyes closed. Ah, hey, don't be sneaky, one of his friends shouted from the same table. Mirajan sighed as her body lit up with yellow lights before being enveloped in smoke. When it cleared, it revealed a large woman with a chubby face and hair done up in some style. To be honest, she wasn't pretty. You have a wife, don't you? The transformed Mirajan asked with a smile. Dwaaaah. Don't transform into my wife, Wakaba shouted, looking away in horror with wide eyes and a gaping mouth. Ah, Mirajan, see, get as she transformed back to her own beautiful self. We're home, Natsu shouted, stomping forward with Happy and leaving Naruto and Lucy behind. Home, Happy chimed, lifting a paw in greeting. Natsu, Happy, welcome back, Mirajan greeted with a pleasant smile. Oh, no hello for me, Naruto asked with a grin, walking up to Mirajan with a smile. Mirajan turned to Naruto and smiled brighter at seeing him. Naruto, I thought you were away on a different job, she asked, though happy to see him back, a contrast to the times where she would begin fights with him. Now though, after Lisa's death, Naruto along with Elfman had become somewhat of a rock to her, and as she had told Erza, Naruto was something more than that. After spending time with Naruto after her sister had passed away, she had forced herself to stop being blind and face facts. Naruto smiled and gave a nod. But I had to pick up a weapon I'd had forged in another town, and whilst there I checked up on Natsu. Erza's most likely on her way back and will be back in a day or two, he explained. Mirajan just smiled and nodded while inwardly cursing Erza for being able to spend time with Naruto on a more personal level. I wonder if Erza spoke to him about what I said. Before she could reply though, a mage had stood up laughing. Natsu, you overdid it again. I read about the Harjan Town incident in the new spa. He was unable to get any further. Natsu's foot slammed straight into his face, sending him flying into several tables. Bastard. That info you gave me on Salamander was fake. Natsu roared at the now twitching mage, buried under what was once a table. Mirajan sighed but smiled at the display. Now that Natsu is back, the guild might be torn apart soon, she said with a cheerful tone. It's already being torn apart, Wakaba shouted from behind Mirajan. Lucy couldn't help it as she stared as if in a trance from where she stood at the doorway. She just looked around as Natsu began fighting with anyone and everyone, destroying everything in his way. She also took notice of how Miragen had moved closer to Naruto when he had walked up to her almost on a subconscious level. Stop Natsu, someone. Gyoff. You. Natsu. Who? Lucy breathed with excited eyes. OWWWW. Happy came flying this way. I really came to Fairy Tail. She whispered to herself, still in some form of shock at having come so far. Naruto turned to Miragen, ignoring the fighting for now. Mira-chan, where's the old man? He asked, taking notice of the master's absence since he was usually sat on the bar. Miragen looked at Naruto. He's around somewhere, doing what he does, whatever that is anyway. She laughed lightly. Why? She asked, tilting her head to the side, and Naruto just stared at T. He way she looked just by doing that action. He wasn't blind to a woman's beauty, not after his many years of living anyway, and whilst he had always found Miragen a beautiful woman as she grew up, he had simply brushed off any less than friendly thoughts. The main reason had simply been his true age. While he may look 20, he would always be much older, and he wasn't sure if it was morally right to be with someone so much younger than himself, even if back at Konoha it was fine. He had tried to do so with Erza at first when she became a beautiful woman, but those feelings just rose and became something more until before he knew it they were lovers. Now though, after Erza speaking to him about Miragen, any friendly thoughts were knocked aside in favor of thoughts involving making out and much more with the woman. Shaking his head of such thoughts, he looked back at the still dazed Lucy. Oi, Lucy, Naruto called out to his fellow blonde. Come over here. He waved a hand in a gesture. Lucy looked over to Naruto and quickly walked up to him with her suitcase wheeling behind her. Naruto smiled as she stood beside him. This is Lucy, a soon-to-be member of Fairy Tail. He grinned at Miragen. Miragen smiled at Lucy, who was currently looking at her in awe. It's nice to meet you, Lucy. I'm Mi. Miragen. Lucy breathed in awe at being in the beautiful woman's presence. Naruto chuckled at Layla's daughter and turned around to face someone. See y'all later, Lucy. Mira-chan here will help you out with what you need. He waved back over his shoulder. Lucy turned to face him with a nervous look. I thought you was going to help me, she said, nervous being in such an active guild for the first time and not being with the person who had helped her out so much already. Naruto glanced back and smiled. Don't worry, Mira-chan knows how to make you a member better than I do. You're in good hands here. Naruto assured her with a smile. I have an appointment keep. He NNED as he headed for the person he had his eye on. An appointment? Lucy asked Miragen, who giggled. Well, back for more, huh? The woman asked Naruto with grin as she hefted up a large barrel onto the table. Naruto grinned as he stared at the youthful woman. Where else would I go for some fun, Kana? He asked with a smirk growing. Kana laughed and titled her head. I like the sound of that. She practically purred, licking her lips. It was no secret that Naruto was one of the most sought-out men, both for his popularity and his looks, even in his own guild. Kana though, found it fun and entertaining to flirt harmlessly with him. Never mind to annoy Erza for the heck of it. Naruto laughed and picked a bottle of alcohol up, whatever it was he didn't know, but it smelt good. I'm merely here for the drink, Kana-chan. Besides, Erza would kick my ass. He chuckled as he filled an empty glass up and set the bottle down. Kana snorted at that. You were whipped, old man. She chuckled, knowing he wasn't offended by calling him an old man since she had done so ever since he had joined the guild, which was around the same time she had been there for 5 years. It had become a routine between them. And Kana would never admit it to anyone, but Naruto was the one person she could open herself up to, so friendly banter between them was purely innocent. If I didn't know him as well as I do, I'd say he used that filthy magic charm to make everyone like him, though one can't blame a girl for taking a liking. She thought to herself. Naruto, unaware of her thoughts, took a drink of his beer. Believe me, Kana-chan, if you were me, you'd find that wasn't such a bad thing. He grinned as she lifted her barrel and drank straight from it before putting it down, a sigh of content. She grinned at him as wiped the side of her mouth her thumb. Whatever, old man. Now drink up. You need to catch up to me since you're lagging behind after leaving on your little love trip. She taunted with a smirk. Naruto just chuckled and smiled at her. Never change, Kana-chan. This guild wouldn't be the same without you. She smiled genuinely at his words before nodding discreetly as if some hidden message and began to challenge him in a drinking contest. The entire time, Lucy and Mirajan had been watching them laughing, talking and drinking. They seem close, Lucy noted. They are. Mirajan smiled at her. Kana used to be somewhat shy when she first joined Fairy Tail. I don't know the full story, but I do know that Kana had been bullied once or twice and Naruto had found her crying afterwards. He helped her with her confidence and such, and ever since then she's looked up to him as a brother and he saw her as a sister. Naruto was the one who got Kana into drinking at the age of 13. She laughed lightly. 13? Lucy asked, shocked, looking back at the two who were now talking like old friends. Yup. Mirajan nodded, watching the pair as well. Temporary. Lee ignoring Natsu, who was beating the crap out of someone. On a job, Kana had killed someone from a dark guild by accident and had felt guilty to the point that she became devoid of anything. While we don't like to kill, sometimes we don't have a choice if it's to save someone at the present or someone that person may hurt, he had told her. He had then told her that some people did things to take their mind of such things. Like smoking, reading and even drinking like himself. Kana hated smoking and wasn't much of a reader, and now she loves alcohol more than anything, though she never has gotten drunk that I'm aware of. Mirajan explained with a smile, remembering the time he had told her a similar message. Lucy smiled at that. He seems to help everyone here, doesn't he? She asked. Yep, it's just who he is. Mirajan giggled. It's one of the reasons everyone loves him. Before Lucy could say anything to that, a young man entered her vision. He had spiky black-colored hair and black-colored eyes. His eyes instead being solely the color of his black pupils, and his body was toned and muscular. His member stamp is below his collarbone on his right pectoral muscle, dark blue. In color, and all he wore was a necklace which looked like a sword with a stone in it and a metal bracelet as well as a pair of boxer shorts, only. Did you say Natsu's back? He shouted out with a smirk. Hey, let's settle our fight from the other time. Gray, have you been walking around like that? Kana asked from where she sat, pointing at his boxer shorts. Hack, shit, Gray shouted, looking down at near-naked body as Lucy stared at him in shock for not realizing until it was pointed out. Another one of those undignified guys. Kana grumbled, getting a snort from Naruto. That I really hate, she finished, picking up her barrel and practically inhaling it. Says the woman drinking straight from a barrel of beer. Naruto commented with a grin. Kana pulled away from drinking, and placed the barrel on her knee and wagged a finger at Naruto. Uhu, it's this, says the beautiful woman drinking straight from the barrel of beer. She corrected with a smirk. Naruto chuckled, downing his own drink. My apologies, oh beautiful woman. He apologized with a grin, feeling at peace just from the silly banter. Kana smiled beautifully and patted his cheek almost mockingly. There's a good boy, she smirked as he swatted her hand away. Hey, Natsu, fight me. Gray roared at Natsu, foregoing his nakedness for the moment. Natsu glanced up from where he was currently hitting someone and took one look at Gray. Come back after you're dressed, he stated bluntly. Gray roared and dove at him. What rubbish, a deep voice rung out from behind Lucy, who jumped as a dark figure loomed behind her. She looked back to see Elfman, Mirajan's brother, looming over her at an impressive height with spiky white hair and blue eyes. He was wearing what looked like a blue coat and blue pants. Ya, peeing in the middle of the day. You're not little kids, you know, so fight with your fists to show your manhood, he exclaimed, moving to fight them. Get out of the way, Gray and Natsu shouted, punch. Elfman away before the man could blink. Another person spoke up, gaining Lucy's attention. It's so noisy here. Ah, Loke, one of the top-ranked, made you want to have as your boyfriend. She exclaimed with a small blush. Loke had short dark orange hair and his attire consisted of a green jacket with a fluffy white collar, a light red Hawaiian-like shirt and black trousers. I'll go join their fight, he said just as two women, fangirls, appeared at his side hugging him, to which he placed his arms around their shoulders with a grin. Good luck. Both women swooned. And his image is officially corrupted. Lucy thought. A book in her hands with men's profiles in it and a red cross through Loke after seeing him being a womanizer. Beside her, Mirajan giggled at her book of potential men. What's with this place? None of them are normal, she muttered to herself. She looked over at the growing brawl and turned to Mirajan. Shouldn't you stop them? She asked with a raised eyebrow. It happens all the time. Mirajan answered unfazed as the guild now looked destroyed with everyone using tables and chairs to beat the living shit out of each other. You don't have to worry about it. Besides, she stopped talking as a bottle of whiskey flew through the air and smacked her head causing it to tilt to one side, smile still on her face. Hya, Mirajan-san, Lucy screamed frantically, seeing blood run down the side of her head from where the bottle had impacted. Mirajan just smiled at her as if nothing was wrong. Isn't it fun this way? She asked, finishing what she had been saying. Lucy's eyes bulged out. It's scary, she exclaimed mentally. Suddenly Gray slammed into a table beside Lucy, startling her as the table was crushed. However, she became even more shocked when she saw Natsu holding up a pair of boxer shorts with a large smile on his face. Knowing she shouldn't, she turned to see Gray stand up and look down at his now completely naked body. Underwear, he shouted, spreading Hyo's BDOY out wide, revealing everything to Lucy. Don't face this way, she screamed, placing her hand over her eye. Yes, her single eye, leaving her other eye to look at Gray. Most likely her subconscious perversion appearing before she could stop it. Gray finally noticed Lucy and casually walked up to her and held a hand out. Lady, if you don't mind, please lend me your under. Before he could finish, Lucy's fist was implanted into his face, sending him sprawling. No way would I do that. Before Lucy could so much as blink, she had been lifted off the ground and in someone's arms. Ah geez, people with no elegance are really troublesome, don't you think? Loke asked Lucy in his arms with a charming smile. By the way, which modeling agency do you belong to? Lucy just looked like a deer in headlights. What is this? She asked herself, wondering how so much could happen in so little time. Men should fight with fists. Elfman shouted. Back up after being knocked away. I said you're getting out way. Natsu exclaimed, punching Elfman in the face, throwing him back again much to the larger man's annoyance. Ah, so noisy, Kana grunted, turning away from Naruto to face the crowd as bottles and tables flew around. I can't even drink peacefully with the old man. She snickered mentally as she heard Naruto mutter under his breath. It's time to end this. With a flick of her wrist, a card with a cross on its back appeared in her hands, glowing with energy. Gray seemed to agree as he held out his left palm and slammed his right fist into it, gathering energy around his hands. I've had it. NUOOOOOOOH. Elfman yelled, following their example and holding his right arm up as rocks began to form around it, creating an arm of solid rock that could probably kill someone in one punch. What a troublesome bunch, Loke muttered, placing his thumb and finger on his ring and his right finger causing it to glow with magical energy. Natsu roared as a great amount of fire enveloped his hands. Come and get me, he yelled at them all, challenging everyone. Naruto shook his head as he felt the buildup of power. Lifting his glass to his mouth, he muttered to himself. One day they'll destroy the guild and smash. Everybody froze at the noise of glass smashing and turned to the source and immediately gulped. Naruto was now holding nothing. The remains of his glass and alcohol lay in pieces on the table, and they could all see Naruto staring numbly at his hands as veins began to pulse at the side of his head. Even though Naruto Uzumaki, a well-known S-class mage, wasn't an alcoholic, the man was also known for his love of the stuff whenever he would relax in the guild or even at home. So there was an unspoken rule that no one was to ever, and I mean ever, take his alcohol from him or do anything to stop him. The last guy who had done the deed, well, he found out just why Naruto was the class he was at. Even Kana, who was on the other side of the table, edged away as she saw Naruto push himself up from the table and step over the bench he was sat on. Despite the danger, she knew she was for being so close to ground zero. Seeing him so deadly always made her excited, not in the aroused way, but in the excited way that she simply liked to see him fight ever since she had met him and seen him in a battle. Naruto D. Didn't say anything as held his hand out and in a flash of a light, Senbon Sakura appeared in his hand. It was a regular katana, with a simple cross guard, which was a simple open frame, much like a 4-pane window. It had a white-colored hilt with pink wrappings. Naruto lifted his head and said one word that caused them all to nearly shit themselves. Chire. Scatter. Before their very eyes, the blade separated into 1,000 slender, tiny pink blade fragments, which then flew away from the hilt, leaving only the sword's handle in Naruto's hand as the segments began to swirl around Naruto, cutting up the tables and benches near him as well as the floor. They're using magic. And what's up with Naruto? Lucy exclaimed in shock and awe at Naruto's magic. Mirajan laughed lightly. This is getting pretty intense. She nodded. Naruto uses a magic called Requip which he can use to summon swords from a pocket dimension. He has some special swords that each have their own abilities just like that one right now. She explained. Die! Naruto exclaimed, thrusting his hand forward. Everyone went on the defensive except Natsu, who threw himself at the pink blades that were sent at them with fire blazing around his hands. That's enough. Before anything could happen, a large black foot crushed Natsu into the ground and blocked the miniature blades from attacking, causing Naruto to see. As he reformed his sword, knowing playtime was over. Cut it out, you fools. Quote, he's humongous, Lucy screamed, looking up at the demonic-looking form of Makarov. Everyone sighed as they began to deactivate whatever magic they were going to use, though they still glared at one another. Mirajan looked up at the large form with some surprise. My, you were here, Master? She asked. Master? Lucy asked incredulously. TCHHMPH. Gray and Elfman grunted, looking away from each other after glaring at each other. It was scary, wasn't it? Loke asked the two fangirls in his arms. It was. They cried, hugging him. Kana grunted and sat back down in her seat, hand on her barrel. Booze. She grunted again like a caveman. Across from her, Naruto also sat down now that the excitement was over and brushed the shards of his glass away before picking up another. The giant form of the master finally noticed Lucy and loomed over her, making her shake in fear. Mew, a newcomer? He asked the trembling form of Lucy. Lucy stared up with wide quivering eyes and strained to keep a smile on her face. Why yes, Shishi finally answered. The master stared at her for a moment before his face twisted and he began to growl loudly, causing Lucy to shake in fear as tears began to roll down her face. Naruto, who had been watching her to make sure she was all right, would have found the scene funny if he didn't know how much she wanted to be accepted into the guild. Before Lucy's very eyes, the master actually began to shrink until turning into his real form, allowing her to calm down and wipe her eyes clearly. Fought, she yelled at his gnome-like size. Makarov simply smiled at her as he clutched a bunch of papers in his hand. Nice to meet you, he waved before bouncing up to the second level, hitting the banister dead on and clambering up to stand on the banister to look down at them all. You've done it again, fools. He waved the stack of papers at them. Look at these documents I received from the council. He held the stack to his face and began reading. First, Gray. Huh? The aforementioned person asked with a sour look as if he didn't want to hear it. Good on sweeping out the smuggling organization. Makarov praised before sighing. But you walked around naked in town afterwards. And ran away after stealing underwear that was being dried. But, wouldn't it be worse if I had been naked? Gray asked, sweating slightly. Then don't be naked in the first place. Elfman said, glancing at the reprimanded young man. Elfman, Makarov read, getting the large man's attention. You had a mission to escort a VIP, but assaulted him during the mission. He said, men are all about education, so, Elfman trailed off as he scratched his cheek with Makarov shaking his head at him. Kana Alberona, drinking 15 big barrels of alcohol and charging it to the council. Makarov stated her charge. She looked away slightly. They found out. She muttered, ashamed for even being caught. Naruto chuckled as he shook his head at her and got a glare from her, though it held no malice to speak of but just a warning to shut up. Loke, Makarov carried on. Flirting with council member Elder Raiji's granddaughter. A certain talent agency charged us for damage compensation too. Loke looked away with a frown. She had talent, was his only defensive statement. And Natsu, here the Aster's head dropped as if in agony whilst Natsu, who was still lying on the floor from being crushed, pulled a face, not keen on listening to his charges. You destroyed the Dion thief family, but so destroyed 7 other houses that belonged to the townspeople, leveling a historical clock tower in Tully village, burning down a church in Frisia, damaging parts of Lupinus Castle, Nazuna Ravine, observatory collapsed and this stopped its operations, destroying half of Harjan's port. He finally finished and everyone looked at him with some respect for doing so much damage, though most looks were of pity. Lucy had her head tilted in shock and daze as she listened to his charges. Most of the articles in the magazine were done by Natsu. She thought in awe. Makarov took a deep breath. Naruto. Said person looked up then with a raised eyebrow. You took out the entire Red Arrow Dark Guild by yourself. You destroyed their guild building and the 10 houses that once surrounded it. You also cleared out all of the bandit gangs in Frisia City, but in the process you wiped out half of the marketplace. He finished. He took out a dark guild on his own. Lucy thought in some shock. Naruto sighed at the list and shrugged. Anyone who hires fairy tales should know the likely result. If it's anyone's fault, it's theirs for not thinking ahead. He defended his actions as well as everyone else's. Then again, I doubt anyone can predict Kana-chan would be such an alcoholic. He grinned as he dodged a glass that smacked into someone else, sending that person sprawling from the force. He turned to Kana with a grin as she huffed and looked away. Master nodded at that, finding it to be a decent defense before flipping through all of the papers. Alzak, Levy, Redis, Warren, Biska. Makarov sighed. Guys, the council members are angry at me all the time. Down below, Lucy tensed up wondering what was going to happen and grinded her teeth in anticipation as most people looked down. But, Makarov looked up with a grin as he held out the complaints that soon lit up with fire. Forget about the council members. Lucy muttered in shock at his regard to the council. Makarov didn't say anything at first except for throwing the burning stacks of paper into the air, which Natsu dove at and caught in his mouth like a dog. Listen up. The power to overcome reasoning is born from reasoning. Magic is not a miracle. When the spirit within us and the spirit flow in nature connects, they will form an embodiment for the first time. You will need a strong mentality and a lot of concentration for that. I mean, pouring all of your soul into whatever you do is magic. If you keep worrying about the watchful eyes of the higher-ups, your magic won't improve. Do not fear the fools of the council. Do whatever you think is right. He roared at the last part, earning cheers and roars of approval from his children. That's the way of the fairy tale mages. Lucy smiled wildly, already feeling warmth spread through her as everyone laughed and cheered despite the state the guild was on. She cast a glance at Naruto, who glanced at her and gave her a smile and a nod, making her grin widen. It had been 2 hours since Lucy had arrived at the guild and everyone was back to normal, sitting with their friends, eating dinner and just relaxing before they went on a job. Lucy herself was sitting at a table with Natsu and Happy, who was eating a flaming dinner that consisted of fire pasta, fire chicken and a fire drink. She had never seen something so bizarre before. Was currently waiting for Mirajan to get the stamp that would make her an official member of Fairy Tail. Looking around, she found Naruto sat at the same bench with Kana now sat beside him instead of across from him. 2 other people was also sat with them. Grey Fullbuster, the one who Natsu seems to like to fight with considering earlier, and she also knew he had somewhat of a fetish to simply strip for no reason. The other person was Elfman, someone she found to like the word man, and would use it in any sentence, regardless of the content of the sentence, which usually confused people. Looking around, she found other people she now knew the names of: Levi McGarden, Droy and Jet. They all seemed to be close friends from the way they acted around one another. From what she'd heard, the T.O. males seemed to have a crush on Levi, or it could just be admiration for what it was she did. Being so new, she couldn't be certain. So were called the salamander in other times, Natsu. Lucy turned her attention back to her table to see someone she didn't know ask Natsu the question. True, your magic would fit that description, the man muttered as Natsu nodded absent-mindedly, too engrossed in his food. If Natsu is the salamander, I want to be the catmander, Happy declared, twirling around with a smile. What's with that mander thing? she thought to herself. She was broken from her tea. Hots as she noticed Mirajan coming up to her. Mirajan smiled at the blonde and held up the stamp as Lucy placed her hand on the table, the back of it facing up. You want it here? She asked the newest member. Yes, Lucy squealed in delight, eliciting a giggle from Mirajan. Mirajan pressed the stamp down on the back of Lucy's hand for a moment before pulling back after a burst of energy came from it. On the back of her right hand was now the fairy tale crest printed in pink. There, now you are a part of fairy tale. Mirajan smiled at Lucy's ecstatic face as she stared at her hand in awe. Whoa, Lucy breathed before turning to Natsu and holding her hand up. Natsu, look, she gave me the mark of fairy tale, she exclaimed with giddiness. Natsu looked up at her and grunted, swallowing a mouthful of fire. Good for you, Luigi, he praised, saying her name wrong. It's Lucy, she screamed at him. Congratulations, Lucy. Lucy jumped slightly and turned around to see Naruto looking on at her with a smile as she silently wondered how he could sneak up on her so much without her knowing until he talks. Naruto chuckled for no reason and turned to the master that was sitting on the bar. Master, I'm off, see you later. Makarov nodded his head back at him in acceptance. Naruto turned back to Lucy and placed a hand on her shoulder. Good luck, Lucy, in this guild, you need it, he told her before he began to walk off. Oi, old man. Naruto turned to face Kana, who had been the one to call him. Don't be a stranger, she told him with a grin. Wouldn't dream of it, Kana-chan. He nodded and began his walk out of the guild. As Lucy watched Naruto leave, she noticed everyone either saying goodbye or just nodding and such as he passed by. The way everyone acted with him made realize he was well liked amongst everyone, and from what she could see, most of the women were smiling impishly at him as he passed by, giggling with each other. You see something you like? Ira-Jane asked from beside her with a grin, noticing Lucy watching Naruto leave. Lucy blushed and stammered at her before calming herself. No, it's nothing like that, she protested, perhaps a bit too much. Sighing, she glanced at Naruto's form once again. I just didn't realize he was so well liked. I always read magazines about fairy tale and Naruto-san, but they never really said what they were like or what they could even do. I guess seeing it from this perspective is a bit new for me, she explained as best as she could. Mirajan nodded, looking after Naruto with a fond smile. He may not speak to everyone as much as he does some, but everyone does seem to like him regardless. She agreed with Lucy. Why is he leaving this early though? Lucy asked, noticing the time was just after 6 o'clock in the evening. Mirajan smiled sadly, confusing Lucy. Every time Naruto comes back from a job, whether it was short or long one, he would go visit someone. Was all Mirajan said on the matter, leaving Lucy confused but determined to get to know Naruto and everyone else in the guild. Before Naruto managed to leave though, Levi stood in his way, arms crossed and leveling him with a look. Levi was a young teen-aged girl with a slender build and stood at a height below average for her age. She sported long blue hair, with a slight purple hue, tied up with an orange-colored bandana around her head and dressed in white pants, a short green stock that was opened far enough to show her yellow bra. Her member stamp was located on her left shoulder blade. Yes, Naruto asked, raising an eyebrow as she stared at him. Levi said nothing as she stared at him before holding her hand out as if expecting something, though her eyes now held some excitement. Naruto chuckled at her, before reaching into a back pocket of his hakama and pulling out a beige book with the title Loveless on the front and a fancy design around the edges acting as a border. Just as Levi went to grab for it, Naruto held up out of reach. This isn't finished yet, but since I'm such a nice guy, I'll let you read what I have so far and also let me know how it is. He lowered the book and grinned as Levi snatched it away. Levi smiled as she held the book. It was no secret to anyone that she had a love for books, but it was always more fun to read something a friend had written since she could speak to that person about it. With a leap, she hugged Naruto around the waist since she was too small to reach his neck. Thank you, thank you, thank you, she exclaimed rapidly before sprinting off. Naruto smiled as he saw Levi sitting at a table she usually used for her reading and decoding of books. With a shrug, he walked over to the double doors and pushed them open, leaving the guild. Listen is grave. Hey, listen-a-chan. Naruto whispered, standing in front of her gravestone. Her grave was beside the hut she had created for Natsu and herself for when they had been raising Happy whilst he was in an egg and even afterwards. It had held a special place in Listena's heart and they had decided that it was the place to build her grave. It's already been 2 years since that day, and it already feels so much longer. He sighed, thinking back to some of the times he had been with Listener. Flashback. Naruto Aniki, Listener of 10 years old called out as he entered the guild. With an excited smile she ran up to and grabbed his hand before he could say anything and proceeded to drag him along the guild to the amusement of others. Look, look, she exclaimed excitedly, pointing to a blue object rest on a younger Natsu's head. Huh, Naruto tilted his head at the strange thing. What is it? It's a cat, Listener asked, not letting go of his hand. Natsu found a large egg and I helped him hatch it. Happy was born from it a couple days ago. He's mine and Natsu's son. She smiled making Naruto chuckle. Your son, He glanced around to see Miragen looking at Listener with amused eyes, obviously having heard her. He bent down and placed a hand on her head, ruffling her hair which only provoked a large smile from her. Well then, make sure Natsu doesn't spoil him too much. And since one day Natsu will be your husband, you'll have to make sure he takes care of Happy. He instructed, hoping the cat was called Happy since she had called it that. Listener put on a serious look and nodded resolutely, looking too cute for words as she gazed at Natsu who was stroking Happy. You can trust me Naruto Aniki, she said with determination, vowing to make sure Natsu becomes a great father to their son. I know I can. Naruto smiled down at her softly, missing the looks Miragen and Elfman shared at the display. Naruto Aniki, Listener asked, from where she rested on his back, receiving a piggyback ride from him after returning from a job. He had gotten permission from Makarov and the reluctant permission from Miragen and Elfman to take Listener on a harder job to prepare her for later on when she had to take them herself. He was somewhat reluctant himself since he had to take full responsibility for her and if he let her get injured he wouldn't be able to live with himself. However, Listener was simply more of a support type so she wasn't the one doing the heavy hitting which he was glad of in fact. Now though, he was walking back to Magnolia with a very tired Listener on his back as he held her up by her legs with her smaller arms around his neck. He asked, glancing back at her tired face. Can we go on more jobs like this last one? She asked with hope. Naruto blinked at that and raised an eyebrow. You want to go on more? He asked making sure he didn't hear things. She nodded against his shoulder. I like spending time with you away from the guild, but I'd like it if Mirane and Elf Nichan went with us as well. Oh, and Natsu-kun and Happy too. She smiled into his shoulder. It'll be like a family job, she whispered. Naruto blinked at that and looked back to see her asleep now. He smiled softly at her as a tear left his eye. Yeah, Listener-chan, for you, he whispered, careful not to wake her. Naruto yawned as he entered Magnolia town and blinked away the sleepiness he felt. Looking ahead of him he was surprised to see a 15-year-old Listener, a 17-year-old Miragen and a 16-year-old Elfman all walking towards him most likely for a job. Listener had grown to become a beautiful woman even at her age along with Miragen who had finally developed much to her joy though Elfman had been the biggest change. Shooting up past even his own height. Where are you guys going off to? He asked as they got closer. Miragen smiled smugly and placed a hand on her hip. We're going on an S-class job, she said with some boasting in her voice. I'm catching up to you old man, she declared with a smirk. Naruto shook his head at her and raised an eyebrow at them. You sure you guys are ready for it? He asked. Kedon held a hand up to stop Miragen's protests. I'm just saying, they're not easy and some can be very dangerous, well, more dangerous than they say. As a man I will protect my family, Elfman declared with a pump of his fists. Listener giggled at her big brother and stepped forward to give Naruto a tight hug. We'll be fine. Don't worry about us, she said, stepping back to her siblings. Miragen smirked and gave a nod. I wouldn't take the job if I wasn't sure they couldn't handle it. She gave a nod to her siblings and they began to walk past Naruto. With a smirk she looked over her shoulder at the blonde as he watched them leave. When I come back, I want that battle you promised me years ago. Naruto smiled and gave a nod. You got a deal, and listen, make sure your sister doesn't cause too much trouble. He grinned as Mira began yelling curses at him with Elfman struggling to pull her away, Listen giggling all the time. Will do, Naruto and Ikki, Listen shouted back as she jogged to catch up with her siblings. Naruto smiled as he watched them go and suddenly felt a chill up his spine but shrugged it off as he turned around, praying for their safety. Naruto stared up at the cloudy sky as rain pounded against the ground harder than it had a long time. He closed his eyes as he just let it hit him, not caring that he was getting soaked whatsoever. With a sigh, he stepped from around a tree to face the hut that Lisana had built for a home for her, Happy and Natsu. In front of the hut was a newly built gravestone that would bring him nightmares for the many years to come. In front of the grave, however, was a soaking wet Mirajin in her usual gothic attire, kneeling on the ground, not caring one bit that the mud beneath her was sticking to her knees and legs. Sighing, he began to walk toward the grave, barely making a sound to not scare Mirajin, but it seemed she had sensed him as he saw her wiping her eyes quickly. Reaching her side, he knelt beside her, mud splashing on his white clothing, but he didn't care. There was silence for a moment before Mirajin sniffed. I'm so sorry, she hiccuped over her words. What? He asked, barely a whisper in confusion. This is my fault. I should have asked you to come but IW was too arranged by arrogant. She sniffed again, hiccuping every now and again. I wanted to prove I was better than you, and W want to prove myself to you, but all I received was Lisana. She stopped as she felt tears rolling down her face, though at this time she wasn't sure what were rain and what were tears. Shut up, Naruto muttered, getting a look from her. Stop blaming yourself. This is no one's fault. He sighed, running a hand through his soaked hair. I should have gone with you regardless. I should have made sure you guys were fine, but I ignored my gut feeling and let you guys go. We can all blame ourselves for not doing anything, but all you have to think about is what Lisana-chan would have said. He told her, a smile forming at the thought of the loving girl. She would smile and tell you everyone dies eventually, and this was her time. Heck, she'd blame herself just to stop us from blaming ourselves. She'd also want us to live for ourselves and not dwell on what ifs, because she would want us to be happy, always smiling like her. Mirajin sniffed at his words and tried to smile her tears, but found herself unable to as her emotions threatened to rip her apart. Beside her, Naruto glanced over at her and reached an arm over and placing it around her shoulders for comfort, and to his surprise, she almost threw herself hugging him tightly and crying into his chest, forgetting all about the rivalry she held for him and taking solace in the fact she would always have someone as an anchor. Naruto smiled as tears began to leave his eyes and wrapped her in a hug, pulling her closer as he kissed the top of her head. They did nothing that night except for sit there and cry for one of the most important person in their lives. Flashback end. Naruto sighed as he wiped a tear away. I thought you'd be here. He turned to the speaker to see Mirajin stand beside him with some flowers that she placed in front of the grave. Naruto chuckled as she stepped beside him. You always did seem to predict what I do, he commented. Mirajin smiled at that as she looked at her sister's grave. You know, Lisana loved you like an older brother, and Naruto turned to face her as she smiled. She also looked up to you as an almost fatherly figure because you were AYS there for her when Elfman or I wasn't around. Naruto looked at her with a clear surprise on his face. I didn't even try to take such an important place, he muttered, more to himself than Mirajin. Mirajin laughed at that and raised an eyebrow. Lisana declared she would be Natsu's with when she was 10 years old. No one had a choice in telling her otherwise, so stick with it. She giggled, as he chuckled as well at the simple fact. Naruto smiled at how Lisana thought of him. Once upon a time he would have dreaded being looked at in such a way, but now, it felt good and warm. He had only really acted that way with Lisana, caring for her and making sure she was simply alright whenever he could, and even spending his free time with her. However, it was the way she thought of him that made him realize he had failed her even further. I'm sorry I couldn't protect her. He was cut off as Mirajin smacked him on the back of the head. Don't start that, Naruto. We've already gone through that phase. Besides, If Lysina were here she would tell you to stop moping and keeping smiling, for her at least. She told him with a sigh at his way of blaming himself. Naruto nodded after a moment before turning to Miragen, fully getting her attention. This may not be the best place to mention this, but we're alone, and if I don't say it now then I don't know if I will. He started off, making her confused and nervous. Erza told me how you felt about me. How you love me. I wasn't sure if to believe her or not at first because, believe it or not, she likes to mess about in private, he said, babbling on. Miragen blushed and looked away for a moment before looking back. I was supposed to talk to Erza about that when she returned. She told him, unsure where he was going with this. Naruto shrugged and just smiled reassuringly. Erza was fine with it. Like I said, we spoke about it, though I'm more surprised she's fine with the fact her old rival has feelings for her current lover. He shrugged before looking her in the eye. I want to know if it's true. How do you truly feel? Miragen struggled to say anything for a moment as she worked around the fact Erza was fine with it and apparently Naruto was. It was confusing to her, to be honest, that she suddenly noticed these hidden feelings she had brushed away for so long. He may be older technically, but to her age was a number. You can't help who you love. And while some may find it weird that he was in fact 40 and she and Erza were 19, she found nothing wrong with it. Most likely Erza thought the same now. Even she was shocked Erza the Titania had opened herself up in such a way. Looking at Naruto now, she knew she had to take the gamble. At least in the end she wouldn't be thinking with what ifs. Taking a deep breath, she stepped forward and wrapped her arms around his neck and leant upwards, kissing him whilst pouring all of her feelings and love into it. Naruto began to return the case and N pulled Miragen closer to her, gaining a blush from her. She felt his muscle and something else that was currently brushing up against her. Naruto pulled back and smiled as Miragen panted for breath with swollen lips. Lifting a hand up, he cupped her cheek softly. I am one lucky bastard, he whispered before they met in one more kiss that left them both breathless. Lucy's apartment 3 days later. It had been 3 days since Lucy had joined Fairy Tail and teamed up with Natsu, and it had been chaos. First off, she joined him on a mission to help a kid called Romeo and find his dad, Mikao Konbolt, up at Mt. Hakob mountains that were so cold it always snowed. She had unfortunately gone there in her regular clothes, which was too thin and skimpy for such weather, and had been shivering constantly until she stole Natsu's blanket and summoned a celestial spirit, Horologium, a clock spirit with a compartment that she could hide in for warmth. When they had gotten to the place Mikao had been, they had found a Vulcan that Mikao had been subduing. After kicking Natsu out of her apartment when she had found him lounging about after she had had a shower, she decided to help them with a mission that involved needing a blonde woman in a maid's outfit. How convenient. The job had been in fact to find a book and then burn it, but the owner of the book liked beautiful maids, so she was the key to getting the book. Though she later found out Natsu and Happy had been joking, but it was done and dusted in the end. However, the owner of the book, Duke Everlew, found her to be ugly, which kinda crushed her confidence until she saw what he considered beautiful, fat, grotesque women. She felt her confidence rise considering the alternative. In the end, they snuck in, found the book, but Bako say she had found some secret in the book. She had been forced to fight the Duke, who was a celestial spirit mage like herself and used a spirit called Virgo, one of the 12 zodiac keys. After defeating him, she gained the zodiac key and took the book back to its true owner, KB, and revealed the book to be for him from his father. In the end it had been interesting. She had gained a key, helped Omeone find peace from his father's death and receive an item from him, and most of all she had realized that Fairy Tail would just keep getting more interesting. Right now though, she was relieving a memory that recent events had dug out from the back of her mind. Dream, flashback. Mommy. 8-year-old Lucy Hartfilia looked up at her mother, who was glaring at a group of about 12 members of a dark guild. Shish. Layla shushed her daughter as she placed her behind her leg to not direct attention to her in front of the man looking at them with leers. This shouldn't have happened. Norm. Ally, she would take the usual road back to the manor, but she had felt like walking through the surrounding forest just for the peacefulness of it that she felt. It helped that was a quicker way to walk home. But then they had been stumbled upon by some rotten dark guild members that took one look at her and decided they wanted her. Sometimes she damned her youthful looks. Worst of all, she had fought her celestial spirits back at the manor since there was no need for them. "Looky here boys, I think we found our entertainment for the night." One of them grinned as they all laughed. "She's a beautiful, ain't she?" one of them asked rhetorically. Yup, we'll have fun with her." Layla almost gauged at their lustful looks aimed at her but froze in terror when one of them noticed her GHTER, and his eyes widened before a grin stretched across his face. "Oi boys, check out the little one." He nodded towards little Lucy, who scampered behind her mother's legs in fear, tears threatening to fall down. "She'd be good when she's older. Hey, why wait till then?" He laughed. "You're right about that. She'd be a good little slave for us, won't she?" Another asked them with a smirk revealing missing teeth, and the ones he did have were dirty. "Come on then. What are we waiting for? I'm getting reared up just thinking of shagging the bitch." One shouted to them. "I swear to God, if you lay one of your filthy hands on my daughter, you won't leave here alive." Layla threatened an empty threat at that since she could do nothing. But her protective side for her daughter fought against that, and it was that mattered at the moment. "Ha ha ha, what the fuck are y'all gonna do, huh?" one asked with sarcasm. "He's right, there's nothing you can do, so why not just give up now and we won't avenue to hurt you or the little one, well not much anyway." He laughed. "We can't say certain. Hearts won't hurt when we're through with the both of you." "Oh yeah, then come down. Aaron say that." One shouted up. "Don't mind if I do," he muttered, stepping off the branch and dropping to the ground in a crouch, in between Layla and Dark Guild members. He glanced back at Layla and smiled with a nod. "Get back. At the moment you're too vulnerable with your daughter with you," he cautioned. Layla nodded and stepped back so she wasn't too close and held Lucy to her tightly as her daughter watched the events unfold. The blonde stared across at the soon-to-be dead guys. "So, how do you want to die? Decapitation? Burned alive? Shredded? Cleaved? Or just a hood old beat to death?" he asked them, without a care in the world. He had long since gotten over killing being a part of what he did. Since he wasn't a part of a guild, he didn't have to hold back and let the authorities take of them. "Ha, hear this guy fellas. Bastard thinks he can kill us." One of them roared with laughter, with the other joining in. The guy who had shouted suddenly found himself being lifted off the ground. Looking down, he stunned to find the blonde with his hand gripped around his throat and lifting him up effortlessly. With a flick of his wrist, the blonde snapped the man's neck and threw him away, his body crashing into a tree and slumping against it lightly. "Now be serious," the blonde told them with cold eyes. "You bastard," one of them shouted, holding his hand up and shooting a blast of energy at the blonde whose side stepped it, allowing it pass him and smash into a tree. The blonde opened his hand outward as a buildup of energy came to life around his palm. "Requip. Senbon Sakura." With a flash of light, the katana appeared in his hand. Gripping it tightly, he moved it in front of him. "Since you guys aren't exactly worth wasting my time in killing you, I'll make it quick," he told them with a smirk. "Ha," one boomed with laughter, eyeing the single sword. "You expect us to believe y'all kill us with one sword? He's a fucking comedian." The blonde just grinned at them. "And it's because of such arrogance that there will only be a blood stain left from you." He grasped the blade tighter and uttered his technique. "Chire. Scatter." As soon as the word left his mouth, the blonde promptly dissolved into 1,000 slender, tiny pink blade fragments that began to circle him like a snake. Layla, who was now holding her daughter to her chest, stared in awe at the blades that looked like cherry blossoms circle the blonde like they were awaiting a command. "My goddess, they're beautiful," she uttered, knowing they were dangerous, but it didn't blind her to the fact that they did look beautiful. However, she could recognize the magic he was using. That's Ken Maho, sword magic, a holder-type magic in which the user utilizes swords for various magic abilities and effects, a form of requip magic. She thought in amazement, having never seen it but read about it. The blonde slashed with the handle of the blade was still in his hand, sending all of the blades at the Dark Guilders, but just before they struck, the mass of tiny blades split into two and encircled them, spinning around them at extreme speeds. The number of tiny blades began to increase immensely. creating a spherical formation of innumerable blade fragments, which then swirled around the gang of 11 like a cloud. Flashes of light began to come from the inside of the cloud of pink blades, most likely the scum trying to blast their way out with their magic. If they had been strong mages, they probably would have gotten out with their numbers, but they were weak. Hurry, blast this shit away. Our magic is doing nothing. This little bastard will pay for humiliating us like this. Gokey. Moscape, the blonde uttered as the thousands of blades flew into them from every possible angle, leaving no blind spots and no possibility to escape before it suddenly collapsed on itself, destroying the surrounding air instantly with only partial screams escaping before it all went deathly silent. With a flick of his wrist, the many blades honed in on the hilt and reformed the blade before it vanished in a flash of light. Where the members of the Dark Guild once stood, as now nothing but a large crater with blood splattered around it. Seeing the blood, he closed his eyes before turning around and opening them to face Layla, who was now walking over to him. Layla smiled as she reached the man that had saved her and her daughter from those men that would have done unspeakable things to them both, though she did her best to ignore the stench of death. Thank you for saving my daughter and me. She inclined her head in thanks. I couldn't stand by and let a beautiful woman and her daughter come to harm. He grinned charmingly. Layla laughed lightly and tilted her head. I don't believe I have ever seen you before. She commented. I'm a traveler, just journeying around. I had been looking for a place of rest for a week of two when I came on the scene. He explained. I see. Layla acknowledged. Then, maybe I could offer you a room at my house? She asked, wanting to repay her savior somehow. He raised an eyebrow at that. Offering to house a stranger, huh? How do you know I'm not dangerous? He challenged. Layla laughed lightly again. Oh, I know you're dangerous. But you're of the light, that I am well aware of. I am a mage myself and I can sense your magic is pure. Though there is something else there. Besides, I have a large house. The blonde smiled and closed his eyes for a moment before opening them. While I am grateful for the offer, we don't even know each other's name. He reasoned. Then let's rectify that. My name is Layla Hartfilia and this is my daughter, Lucy. She said, gesturing to Lucy, who was staring at the tall stranger in some amount of awe. Well then I guess I have no choice now, huh? He chuckled before smiling. My name is Naruto Uzumaki. He introduced himself. Well Uzumaki-san, follow me, I'm Sue. Ryu could do with some relaxation and a nice bath. She told him, turning around to walk away, confident he would follow. Oh well, the least he could do was at least accept the woman's hospitality. He always hated turning down women. What could he say? They were his weakness and he wasn't afraid to admit. With a grin and a chuckle, he followed the woman until he was right behind her. Lead on then, Layla-chan. He grinned as she glanced back, raising an eyebrow, seemingly not used to being referred to as Chan, but she just smiled and laughed lightly before carrying on. Dream end, flashback end. Lucy shot up in her bed with eyes wide at the dream she'd just had, or more like a recollection of something she had forgotten due to being so young back then, but now with recent events, it had dragged the memory forward. He saved us, she thought in amazement and disgust at what she could remember of the men. Though he did kill them, and kind of ruthlessly as well, I don't know what to feel about that. She thought with a sigh, unsure if killing them was a good or bad thing. Though she remembered what Mirajan had said on her first day. While we don't like to kill, sometimes we don't. We have a choice if it's to save someone at the present or someone that person may hurt. With a sigh, she dropped her head back onto her pillow, glad she'd remembered the connection she had with Naruto. But confused about how to feel over him killing people so easily. However, it was that memory that opened quite a few of them. She remembered how Naruto had stayed at their manor for a couple weeks at her mother's insistence. It helped her father was away on business, otherwise the man would have thrown a fit at having her mother, his wife, bring a man home. It could have been taken any possible way regardless of the intentions. And knowing her father, he would do everything to destroy Naruto. What worried her though was that she couldn't remember what their relationship was with each other. She could clearly remember her mother being taken by her savior, and if she was honest with herself, she couldn't bloody blame her. Then again, Naruto didn't seem the type to ruin a marriage, no matter how Screwed up, it had been near end of her death. He just seemed too nice for that. But if she truly did take after her mother, then surely her mother would have wanted to jump the blonde. Shaking such thoughts away, she turned around on her bed and groaned into her pillow. She just knew the day was going to be a strange one if she was having such thoughts. Naruto's house. Oh my god, Miragen exclaimed, rolling over to the other side of the bed. Her chest rose and fell rapidly as she gasped for one ragged breath after another. No wonder Erza seems more relaxed now. She chuckled through her heavy breathing, glancing at an equally naked Naruto that was just as out of breath as her, which she was secretly proud of. Naruto had been unsure whether or not to go through with everything since he hadn't spoken to Erza. But Miragen wouldn't listen. She had waited too damn long to kiss him, never mind have him inside of her, taking her virginity. After days of only just kissing every now and again, and her spending the night at his just for alone time, she had decided the night before that she wanted Naruto before Erza came back so she would be able to have him all to herself for that one night. Naruto chuckled and held up a hand. While breathing rapidly, it had seemed that despite Miragen being a virgin the night before, the woman was full of energy and eagerness. He had first woken up to some light kissing on his shoulder and chest, which he happily welcomed, and before he knew it she was on top of him and riding him. If he didn't know any better, he would say Erza was giving her tips since they both liked it on top. Though it was no surprise considering it was the two of them. After catching his own breath, he turned to his side and rested on his elbow, gazing down at her with love he didn't know he had felt for her. I said it once and I'll say it again. He paused to simply kiss her shoulder, earning a smile. Quote ellipsis. I'm one lucky bastard. Miragen sighed in content, not having felt so relaxed in as long as she could remember. Yes you are. Having two women at your every whim, men would kill to be in your place right now. She remarked, leaning up to kiss him softly. Now us. Ed to his kisses, she couldn't stop herself from wanting more. Naruto grinned and tucked a strand of her white hair behind her ear. You know, I can see some of the old you coming back. He commented with a smile. Though, it's more of a mix between the two, which I gotta say, it's much better. Miragen smiled and breathed in Naruto's scent, knowing she had to get to work soon behind the bar. You bring it out of me, she said softly, but don't expect me to be the old Miragen, I prefer the new Miragen. She told him. Naruto smiled and gave a nod, lying back down as Miragen moved over and curled against him, placing an arm on his chest and drawing patterns with a finger as her head rested on his shoulder. I wish we could stay like this forever. She sighed. But I don't think Erza will be too happy about that. He chuckled, brushing her back in a repetitive cycle. Miragen sighed and gave a nod. We should tell Erza about us when she comes back. I still can't believe she was okay with this. She certainly has changed from how she once was. Naruto chuckled at that. She surprises me all the time. But it's nice to see her opening up more and more every day. I just hope one day it isn't only me she opens up to. It'd be a nice change of pace if she warmed up to the rest of the guild. He commented with a sigh, thinking of how Erza still seemed to protect herself from anyone that wasn't him or a select few. Maybe once her past becomes dealt with once and for all, she may open up. Naruto just stared as she licked her lips sensually. Why was it that both Erza and Miragen acted such a way when they were with him, and yet with everyone else, one would be strict and the other would be a sweet and innocent woman? He was sure they did it just to annoy him and get a rouse out of him. It worked though. He had to give them that much. You keep doing that and you will be late for work. How will you explain that to the old man? He asked with a raised eyebrow. Miragen sighed but smiled down at him. I'm too happy to care, she answered, feeling pure bliss at being with the man she loved and technically also being with her old rival. But, I guess you're right, she conceded, stretching with a yawn. Just as she was about to get up, she glanced back at him. If we take a shower together, we would be able to. Way ahead of ya, Naruto interjected, already on his feet, with Miragen in his arms before she could even blink. Fairy tale. Lucy placed a finger to her mouth in a thoughtful position as she looked at the request board. Search for a magic bracelet. Remove spell from a cursed stick. She pulled a face at the last one at how ridiculous it sounded. Fortune-telling love with astrology. Exterminating a devil on a volcano. She screamed at the end in shock at such a request. There are many types of requests. She commented. Mirajan, from behind the bar, turned to Lucy. If you find anything that interests you, let me know since Master or Naruto-kun's not here right now. She told the new member with the same smile on her face that Lucy noticed she always had, though now the woman seemed to be glowing. Lucy looked at the bar where the master usually sat and blinked. Oh yeah, you're right. He has to attend the regular meeting so he'll be out for a while. Mirajan answered for the blonde. Wait, why did you mention Naruto? Lucy asked, confused and still a bit conflicted on how to feel on him killing those years back when he had saved them. Though she sort of understood why he did what he did when she thought about the words Mirajan had related to her. Mirajan smiled at the mention of Naruto before answering. Sometimes the master places the position of acting master on Naruto since he's older and one of the strongest mages of fairy tale. I didn't know the master trusted Naruto that much. Lucy commented in surprise. If the master can place so much trust in Naruto then I'd be stupid not to do the same thing. She shook her head. What this? Regular meeting? She asked Mirajan. It's a meeting where the guild's masters from different provinces come to report about their guilds. It's different the council meeting but, I guess it can be a bit confusing. She admitted, turning to a large balloon-like man with a white top and pointy hat. Redus, can I borrow your light pen please? Edus smiled and held out a normal-looking pen. Oui, Redus replied in French. Mirajan smiled and began writing in the air. Light pen was a pen that allowed the writer to write in the air in multiple colors. You couldn't possibly have known the organizational part of the mage world when you've just joined a guild, right? Mirajan asked, just finishing the diagrams to the system of the guilds. The 10 council members who have connections to the government hold the highest position in the mage world. They exist to protect the larder in the mage world. They also try mages who commit crimes in the guilds. She pointed to a section below. Guild masters are right underneath them. Their job is to smoothen communication between guilds in every province and to notify their guild out council decisions was as bringing them together. Mirajan paused and turned to Lucy. Well, it's quite a hard job to do. Lucy stared in awe at the diagram. I had no idea that each guild has a connection with one another. She commented in wonder. Connections between guilds are important. If you neglect these, you know. Mirajan placed her hands together in front of her face, bringing Scion to the atmosphere as Lucy shared at her questionably. People from the darkness will come to get you. Quote, hike, Lucy screeched, spinning around with sweat rolling down her face and eyes wide with panic, only to see Natsu laughing his ass off. Uyayaya, she said. Hike. What are you getting scared of? Natsu roared with laughter. Lucy clutched her heart as it thumped rapidly in her chest. Don't scare me, she screamed at the still laughing Natsu and Happy. Ha ha ha, you're such a coward Lucy. Happy exclaimed, laughing with Natsu. Shut up, Lucy snapped at the cat with a tick mark. Mirajan, now having stopped giggling at their interaction, cleared her throat lightly. But people from the darkness really do exist, she said softly. We call those guilds that don't belong to the League, a dark guild. They don't follow the rules, so they're scary. Natsu explained shortly with a nod. Happy nodded cheerfully. Lucy just aimed a deadpan stare at Natsu. They'll come to recruit you one day, then. Natsu just grinned at her. Either way, why don't you choose a job already? He asked, placing his hands behind his head in a relaxed pose. Happy nodded as his wings sprouted on his back and he hovered beside Natsu. We chose one without consulting you last time, so it's your turn to pick, Lucy. The cat explained. Don't joke around, Lucy exclaimed, turning away from them. We're splitting up. Why? Natsu blinked at her, owlishly. You wouldn't mind taking in just any blonde girl, would you? She asked with narrowed eyes, turning to face them again. What are you talking about? Natsu asked before seemingly nodding to himself. You're right, though, see, Lucy exclaimed at him with an accusing look. Natsu just smiled at her largely. Though, we chose Lucy to be in the team because you're a nice person. He said earnestly while Lucy just stared at him though there was pink hue on her cheeks. Close by to them, Gray chuckled. You don't have to force yourself to team up with anyone. He told the blonde. I heard you did an excellent job last time. I bet you'll get plenty of recruitment offers. Beside him was also Loke. Lucy, would you like to make a love team with me? Just the two of us, tonight. He smiled charmingly, holding his hand out. Lucy's eyebrow twitched as a bead of sweat trailed down the side of her face. No, she deadpanned. See, Gray questioned, Loke having proved his point despite the ulterior motives. You defeated 2 mages from the Mercenary Guild, Southern Wolves, and a gorilla-like woman, right? You're really amazing. That's all, Natsu, Lucy stated with an annoyed look. Gray's nice guy look vanished and he and Natsu immediately clashed heads with angry expressions. It was you, bastard, he demanded, tugging on Natsu's scarf. Got a problem with it? Natsu demanded back. Gray, Mirajan said softly with a small smile. Your outfit, she pointed out. Gray's eyes widened as he looked down at himself only to find himself in boxers. Arg, I forgot my clothes again. He shouted in panic. What a pain in the ass. Natsu commented with a deadpan stare. Gray, even in a panicked state, spun on Natsu. Did you just call me a pain in the ass, you flaming piece of shit? He shouted, grabbing him by the scarf again and butting heads. A massive pain in the ass, you perverted punk. Natsu shouted back, igniting his fists on fire. Right. Lucy looked up as Loke asked her the question and could only stare at him in wide-eyed confusion as sweat dripped down the side of her face in nervousness. What? She asked, wondering what the hell he was talking about. You're really beautiful, even looking through the dark shades if my sunglasses. You're still so beautiful, Loke spoke, ignoring fight between Natsu and Gray beside them. I'd look at you with my eyes, they'd probably shatter into pieces, ha ha. Loke smiled, peering down at Lucy with adoration and lust. Lucy, though, gave him the same deadpan stare. Then please take those off, she said bluntly, unfazed by his attempt at wooing her. Mirajan giggled at the display from behind the bar and leant forward, her elbows resting on the bar. Loke-san, I forgot to inform you about Lucy-chan, didn't I? She asked rhetorically with a gleam in her eye that surprised the womanizer slightly. She's a celestial spirit mage. She giggled when she saw his wide-eye stare as he looked down at a jingling set of keys on Lucy's belt. Oh yes, while with Listena's death her somewhat cruel, bold and even sadistic nature had all but vanished. Making love with Naruto for the past day and even mourning and gaining pure happiness from the reciprocated love, had brought back some of those old natures were back, and though she was still the nice, kind-hearted woman. Seeing Loke panic in such a way made her feel good at being the cause. Loke, unaware that some of the old Mirajan was shining through, stared at Lucy in a mixture of horror and fear. Woo-woo, you're a celestial spirit mage? He asked the blonde in shock, who simply stood there, hands clasped behind her back and her head tilted to the side. If he wasn't in such a situation, he would find it to be cute and sexy. She has the bull and the crab and others, too. Happy chirped from behind Lucy, referring to Taurus and Cancer of the zodiac. What a quirk of fate, Loke exclaimed, turning on his heel and running to the exit. Sorry, but this is the end of us. He shouted back. Lucy stared after him, blinking. When was there ever an us? She wondered aloud. What just happened? Mirajan giggled, gaining Lucy's attention. Loke isn't very good at dealing with celestial spirit mages, she explained. Huh, I bet something happened in the past involving a girl, Mirajan commented as an answer with a small giggle. Ah, he came back. Happy piped up, seeing Loke run back with a frantic look. Oh crap, Natsu, Gray, Loke called out to them, stopping them in mid-punch. Huh, they both grunted out with annoyed looks. She's back, Loke whispered in fear, feeling a shiver run up his spine. Erza is back, he shouted at them eventually. Arg, they both screamed in fear, sweating bullets as if they had been dumped with water. Everyone turned to the doors of the guild when they heard it open for a second time. They all gulped when they saw Erza Scarlet enter with a large decorated horn. Easily 3, maybe 4 times larger than her, in her hand, with a calculated look on her face as she moved further into the guild, eyeing everyone. I'm back, she announced in the now silent and still guild, slamming the horn down on the ground, creating a louder noise than it would have She looked around the guild and at once took notice of the absence of Naruto. Damn, she had been delayed back to the guild and had missed him more than she thought she would've. Never in a million years would she have ever thought someone would or could cement themselves within her heart. Though if Miragen's grin was anything to go by at the moment, she wasn't the only one who had now tasted Naruto's love. The end. Remember to subscribe and like this video. See you in the next video.